Good evening and a very warm welcome back to the Courtside Bar and Grill for the final session of the Boston Shootout. We've had a couple of really good sessions so far, whittling the field down from the starting 24 down to the final 8, and tonight we will play down to our champion. We've got 7 matches for you tonight, and we're all but guaranteed drama along the way before we crown our champion. So let's take a look at the lineup and how things stand right now. We're going to start off with our first quarter-final, Shane Van Boening, who won last time out in Des Moines. He takes on the man he beat in that final, Johnny Archer, in the first quarter-final. And then we're going to see Kevin Guimond, who played a flawless match, 6 perfect visits to the table, and he got victory over Mike DeShane to book his place into the quarter-finals, where he'll take on Justin Bergman, who had a very strange match against 𝙬𝙤𝙤𝙤, and he just about got over the line towards the end. Joe Prince came from behind. He was a long way down and had to get it done in a 6-ball shootout. He'll take on a very familiar foe and a man he has a very good record against, the Ultimate Pool #1 player, Tom Cousins. Eric Charlton, who has been going so well since he came on board with Ultimate Pool USA and is having a very good weekend so far, will take on Craig Waddingham, who knocked out Skylar Woodward just before we went on break an hour and a half or so ago. So that's how things are set up right now. We'll have our 4 quarter-finals, then we'll go back to the semi-finals, and tonight we will crown our champion around 11 o'clock. The final scheduled for about 10 p.m. So plenty to enjoy over the course of the next 4 or 5 hours. As I said, I think it's guaranteed drama. Settle back and enjoy the action. It comes up next.
Welcome back to Boston. It's the shootout, and we are down to the last 8. And that's what we've got in store tonight. In our first match, Shane Van Boening versus Johnny Archer. A repeat of the final 2 months ago in Iowa. That one was 6-3 to Van Boening. Johnny Archer was 3-0 up. Van Boening came back and got over the line. I'm Tony Holgate, and joining me for this mouth-watering match is Kobe Japp. How are you, buddy?
Doing good, Tony. How are you doing?
I'm very well. And, well, Johnny Archer, you played him in the last round of this, and you've also played Shane Van Boening today in the Open, haven't you? Yeah.
I kind of had the full spread of playing the monsters today. Better run against Shane today than the last time I played him, for sure. Still lost 6-3. Had a good match with Johnny, but yeah, I was happy to play.
So what do you reckon to this then, Kobe? Tough to call.
Yeah, and I mean, if Shane is breaking like he was against me in the Open, I mean, it was monster. Head ball, big. But I mean, watching Johnny's break now, you take this every single time too. So
absolutely.
Yeah, and especially with the 8-ball, being a win, that second ball break is really attractive. Second or third ball really gets that 8-ball moving, which in my match against Johnny kind of caught me a little bit there. But yeah, it'll be a fun one for this one.
Yeah, of course, this is a race to 6 racks. Match clock 30 minutes, shot clock 30 seconds. When we get to the last 10 minutes, it will go down to 15 seconds a shot. So this is going to be fast and furious. Look at the gap he left himself and get through nicely.
Yeah.
3 in the side.
Yeah, and I think he was trying to play onto the 7 there. Just got a little straight on it, so made a pivot, but everything looks pretty good from here.
Which way do you go? Where do you take out that 7 ball at the top? Do you leave that till last?
Probably last now, yeah. Once you got down here on the 2, the angle's pretty conducive to draw up here. Oh, well. Thought he had a different angle where he could draw and play the 6 ball in the same corner. Now it looks like he'll be playing the 1 and then the 7.
I think he tried to get back on that 6, and I think he didn't hit it hard enough.
Yeah, and I mean, playing in our match, he definitely lost his speed on a couple shots, kind of similar scenarios. He definitely worked his way out of them. This table's just squirrely. It takes a little bit getting used to compared to like the outside tables.
Extension call.
And even Johnny, we were talking after, and you know, once you get out of line once, it's hard often to get back in.
Well, I remember he had a golden break against you, didn't he? Didn't realise he did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he sort of. I said it to him. I said he kind of looked and you knew you made a ball. I said you knew the cue ball had stayed on the table. You hadn't scratched. He said, so I turned around to go and get my playing cue. So I looked round and the 8 had gone.
Yeah. I made a joke to him. I said, if I would have known 8 ball breaks were a win, I would have been trying that earlier. Well, and a good stroke there.
That was a very good shot there from Johnny Archer. And this is your perfect start. The Scorpion. 8 ball side pocket, down it goes. First rack, Johnny Archer. But this is how he started it when we were in Iowa, in Des Moines.
Yeah, he was up 3-0 that match, right?
He was up 3-0.
There's one thing about Shane that he can do. He can turn around matches extremely fast. And he knows when the momentum changes, and he absolutely can put together, you know, a few racks that make a big difference.
Yeah, 2 American legends of the game right here in this arena at the courts side bar and grill here in Pembroke, Massachusetts.
Okay, we're going to call for 6:15 matches in the open division. Table 3.
So here comes FVB Shane Van Boening to break off rack number 2. Johnny broke and ran at the first one, and Shane Van Boening do the same. 8 balls moving. Not enough, and it's gone dry. That's incredible.
Yeah, and I mean, that was the same break he was hitting on the outside tables, but it just seems like these balls slide. If you watch like the 13 and 4, where they often will go in the side, it seems like on this table, with it being slicker, that they float above the side pocket.
But watching those balls, the explosion from the break, and seeing how rapidly they're running around the table, I cannot believe he's not made a ball off that break.
And what it almost seems like is that all the balls are trying to go towards the pocket, and they just run into each other and bump everything out. Oh, weird opening there.
Yeah, I think Johnny was trying to go off 14 into the side pocket of the 4-piece. He's misjudged that one, so Shane Van Boening does get his hand on the table.
And it looks like he's going to have to throw this a little bit. Or is it just wired straight in?
I think there's just enough room there. Just come down to check to see if the 8 passes between the 3 and the 6 into that side pocket, and I'm pretty sure it does. Always good to have a quick look, isn't it? Just before you start trying to run the rack. There's no point in going through the balls and then realising you can't pot the 8 at the end of it.
I have many times waited until I was on that 8 ball and then realised it didn't go.
Yeah, not the greatest plan.
Table 12, Cody Myers, Daniel Spack.
So where are you going here then, Kobe? You're taking the 2 at the bottom, and it's that one at the top there, the stripe.
Yeah, and I think if you get deep, on the 11 and get an angle to play either on the 9 or the 13, and then, or he could actually play probably to that ball up top now. I think it's a 10 ball. Probably play up to it now, or get on one of these balls and then float over. Yeah, and I like this, playing the 9 ball, floating over, and then using the 13 to get on the 8.
He's making short work of this. Very nicely done by Shane Van Boening, and this is going to level things up.
Yeah, weird shot from Johnny to start off this rack.
Well, I think he looked at it and thought there was no safety anywhere, so he tried something a bit elaborate, and it failed, and it's cost him.
Well, and weirdly, playing Shane in the Open, there was a lot of breaks where he broke big but made balls, and he would end up kind of pinned in that corner, tied up behind a lot of balls, kind of similar scenario, but had made a ball. So, I mean, it's just weird how they all cluster up, breaking that big.
How did that match play out? Did you get in early, or were you chasing him?
No, I was actually up. I was up 2-1. I was up 3-2, and then it tied up 3-3, and then I broke dry. He ran, he broke and ran. So just had some breaks go bad, and then I made one mistake late in the match that kind of cost the rest of it. But yeah, all in all, played good. My break wasn't great. Just the one dry break, and then when you watch him breaking as big as he does, it's tough to compare to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Johnny Archer to break.
Archer to break. Rack 3. Nothing separating these two great legends of the game in the early exchanges. Made the 15 up in the top left. So Johnny Archer now keen to see what he's left himself.
Yeah, it looks like a few messes to sort out. I mean, kind of either one that you take. It looks like solids would probably be your best, just with where the 13 is tied up in between them. At least.
Well, I was going to say you can get that now, can't you? If you play the 1, or you can play the 4. Same thing.
Yeah, right.
You push into the 13. I'd rather play the 1 and and draw the cube into 13 and push the 3 over the side pocket.
Yeah, bailout balls everywhere. I mean, you really can't not get on something. Oh. Well, the good news, he sorted the 3 out.
Yeah. The bad news is he hasn't made a ball. How's that not gone in?
Wow. These pockets are, pretty big, but at pace, kind of like the old gold crowns, at pace, they definitely rattle out. I mean, if you're not hitting it into like the short part of the rail.
Puzzled look there from Johnny Archer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that one didn't go for sure.
I mean, he did that. That was the big bit of work to be done, wasn't it? Is to move that 3 out, and it's just, well, presented Shane Van Boening with a golden.
Yeah, and I think he was just watching at the breakout how it turned out, and didn't even, realize the ball didn't go in. Not much left for this one. Next rack, I'll be interested to see if Shane changes his break at all.
Down goes the 8. Shane Van Boening edges out in front. So how do you find the table then, Kobe, out there? A couple of matches on that arena table?
Fast. It's quick and very slick, so trying to use like any kind of inside is kind of non-existent. It's hard to like get balls to check, which is something I do very often. But it plays good. I mean, it rolls good, just fast and different than the outside tables. So it just takes a little bit of getting used to.
Is it this because there's quite a considerable difference, isn't there?
It is, yeah.
Between the when you're out and playing in the Open in the group matches, and then if you come back into the arena, so a lot of these guys have to do as well.
Yeah, and I think it's just that CPBA, that cloth is fast, because there's other Brunswicks out, in the other room, but they have some onus on it, look like, and definitely a noticeable difference in the speed.
That was a huge break again for Van Boening. Look at the power generated here. Boom.
And cue ball just dead stop.
Yeah. Let's wait 20 minutes for that 9 ball to stop spinning.
Yeah, I mean, has just a little bit of carry he has to take on the 9, but I don't shoot stop here, play it in the side, or bump into the 3 and open up that pocket. Kind of either of them work, but outside of that, everything's pretty well open.
Place in tonight's semi-final up for grabs. You will see this draw to a close tonight. The shootout. We will crown our champion.
Do you know who he'd be running into, or either of these guys who they'd be running into?
Whoever wins this will play the winner of Justin Bergman and Kevin Guimond.
Oh, okay.
Other half of the draw, you've got from cousins Craig Waddingham, you've got Eric Charlton is down there.
Yeah, it's Eric and Craig play, I believe, and then Joe and Tom.
That's it. Joe Prince is the other member of the final 8.
Another exciting shootout. He's kind of a living highlight reel.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, down goes the 8 ball, and Shane Van Boening has now just suddenly got into overdrive. I'll give him a big round of applause. He's all business now. 3 racks to 1, he leads. Johnny Archer still with a slightly puzzled look. Still thinking about how that 4 ball didn't go in 2 racks ago. And to be fair, I share his thoughts with that, because I know he hit it at pace, but from playing it with, because he's playing it with top spin to come through, you think that would have thrown it more in, rather than
the top
if you play like just left to ball, just below centre of the ball, and you try and whack it as hard as possible, then we know that they can come out. But
yeah, and I mean at that pace, so the top wouldn't necessarily carry over as much at that speed, and with how these pockets are cut. They're cut, so they're just running back and forth into each other and back out.
8 ball, is he going to get it?
He is.
Down it goes. Golden break for Johnny Archer. That is his second one today. His last one was against you, Kobe.
I remember it well.
And he didn't realise he got that one. He knew it this time. Wow, let's have another look. Crunches the balls, and there you see the 2 balls hitting the 8.
It was that same pocket. I know the feeling.
I'll tell you what, I think the Golden Break Sixers, Justin Bergman had 2 of them. He had 1 in the side pocket, but his one he had in the corner, I think, was in that pocket as well.
2 of them here?
He's had 2 in the same match.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, unbelievable. So, Shane Van Boening.
Heartbreaker was Tom Jones's golden duck to lose there.
And that was against Shane.
Yeah.
For us, we've seen quite a few of these. Oof. The 8 ball, oh my word, I thought he was going to get the 8 as well in the side pocket.
It's a lot harder to do it from the head ball break too.
Yeah, it is. Tom Cousins was using a very hefty cut break today earlier, and purposely to try and move the 8, but he wasn't. What he was doing, he was making balls off the break, but leaving very intricate finishes where the balls all to, let's say, to one side of the table. Right. But my word, didn't he play well? He was picking them off like a surgeon.
Yeah, and it's bittersweet. You find a break that works but doesn't quite spread them up.
No.
Very open. But from like a clock management standpoint, it's good to do that sometimes late in the matches, instead of exploding them wide open.
Solids in play.
So Shane Van Boening takes the solids. And you'd like those, Kobe, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yep. trying to find an issue, and I just don't see what.
No, do you know what? I was doing exactly the same. I was saying, where's his problem?
Now, granted, throw me on that table, and I'll find a problem eventually. I'll make one if I can't find one right away.
Yeah, there just is no issue there at all.
That gets a little bit awkward, but.
Very neatly done.
No. Ooh.
Did he just...
I think he did.
What's he stabbed at the cue ball there and it's not come back.
Yeah, and he was pointing at first that he was going to roll forward.
Then the swerve.
Oh, good shot.
What
there.
a shot.
Yeah, good recovery there.
Oh.
He right when we said there was no problem.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't matter, does it? Just play a swerve shot and pop the 3.
Commentator manifestation, but he swerved out of it good.
He did. Great finish there from Shane Van Boening. It looked routine, but he decided just to give the crowd a bit of drama. We're going to see that shot once again where he played the 2, and it just didn't come back. He sort of jabbed it. I think he played it and was walking away at the same time, so he didn't get any power. But this is what followed. The swerve shot there, look at it.
Yeah, great shot.
And he didn't even borrow off the 9
he had
either.
the 9 to help push it in, didn't even need it.
Johnny Watcher, another golden break.
Johnny Archer to break.
Well, and he had quite a few in Iowa too, right? He had a good small handful of 8-ball breaks. So maybe he knows something we don't.
He's played the game for many years at the top level.
He has.
So there's not a lot of that Johnny Archer doesn't know about the game of pool. The way he looked at the layout of the table, they didn't look overly happy of how the balls are finished.
Yeah, and I mean, it looked like it was going to be pretty wide open. Then that 11, went and tied up with the 1.
Yeah, I think that's what their little grimace was when he came to the table. But he's going to elect to take stripes, taking his 13 up into the top corner. Makes that. So where'd you go? Did you take the 14 and then use the 10 to shove, shove the 1 ball out the way?
Yeah, you can shoot stop there. I mean, it looks like the 8 goes by the 7. If you, shoot stop here, you get on the 10. You don't really have to break into the 11 huge. You can just bump. Is it on?
I think he might have been playing for the 15 there to get rid of that as well, and he's overhit it.
Do you think the 15 was an issue? Like hard to get on?
Not really, but I think he maybe thought, well, while I'm here, I might as well get rid of that one. He probably wouldn't want to be taking a 9 now. So it has to be 15 side pocket, surely.
Right.
Leave himself the angle on the 10 to run that in and just
where there can be issues, you're going to have to play the 10 to break out, bump into the 1, and then play the 11 and to get onto the 12. It just seems like a bigger ass than if you took care of it earlier.
Does he have the angle so he can pop the 10 and push Hubel through into the stripe, into the 11, and push that rather than hit the 1?
Yeah, I think he has to. I just think that he doesn't quite have the angle. You try and punch into the 1, and it's really easy for, this cloth is pretty grippy, so it's easy for it to draw away and miss the 1 entirely.
Yeah.
And then you're really, really in trouble.
Yeah, it's a bit of a puzzle here.
But I like just this, kind of like you said, just more of a slow, heavy top. Just if you do hit the 1, you're probably all right too. You're still going to bump. Yeah,
that's it.
Yep.
Exactly right. And he can get he can now run the cue ball behind the 8-ball.
You like going like in between the 8-7?
I like going towards, in between 8-7 and land on the 12 to come down into the bottom corner. You can draw if you get straight, because the 8 will pass the 2, I think, won't it?
I would guess so, and I do believe it passes the 7.
Yeah.
I mean, worst case, you'd have to draw back behind it, but I think he's in perfect shape here.
Great shot. What a fantastic match this has been. This has been incredible. Every rack. There's been problems to solve. There's been some absolutely fantastic shots.
Yeah, just the 2 openers from Johnny were the only mistakes.
In goes the 8-ball, and Johnny Archer gets to win in 1 of Shane Van Boening. 4 racks to 3, and this is an absolute thriller.
Yeah, an awesome crowd out there watching.
Yeah. It's going to start to build now as the evening session has come underway. Next up, we do have Justin Bergman playing Kevin Guimond.
I don't know much about Kevin, but I mean, he surprised me. I mean, played. I guess not surprised me when you don't have any context,
he won a 6-ball shootout in his first round against Ricky Evans when he probably didn't think he would. Ricky Evans had 10 seconds of penalties in there.
What a weird one from Ricky.
And then the other half of the draw, we've got Joe Prince against Tom Cousins, and Eric Charlton will finish off against Craig Waddingham, and then we will find out who is in our semi-finals that will come after that. Look at the cue ball bounce, and it's scratched into the corner. I just love the look of Shane Van Boening there staring at that pocket. Look at that. It was a 6-ball, came and gave it a slap and put it into the pocket. So it's going to be Johnny Archer now, ball in hand, up in the kitchen. Oh no, I wonder what he's going to do there. Yes, he's back in the kitchen. He was about to put that, and he's coming below it, and that would have been all sorts of trouble for Johnny should he have gone there and shot.
This is a very unique rule that you don't have in the States anywhere other than Ultimate Pool.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, and a good shot there.
Well, that's opened things up. Doesn't want that kiss into the 2.
Yeah, you might just see him play safe here, just shoot, stop on the 2-ball and pin him behind it.
Yeah,
it looks like he's tied up. Unless, I mean, he could
risk a combination.
Risk it, yeah. I mean, if he's on the 6-ball, then he's all right.
That's not too bad. I know it's he's cutting the 1-ball down into the bottom right-hand corner, but he can control the cue ball here and get flat onto the railing the other side and pick off the other 3.
Yep.
Just like that.
Probably 2-5, and then the 7 would be.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I want 7 last ball.
Yep.
Is he a bit straight?
Shouldn't be too bad. Even if you get, an angle.
No, he played out well.
Yeah. Even if he did somehow get on the rail, he could always just punch it out and play the 8 to the side.
This little delicate shot down here with a 7. Perfect. And this is going 4 all. Wow. What a match this. It's turning out to be.
I'm going to guess there's not going to be a shootout with this one.
No chance. Not a chance on earth.
That's
with these 2.
0 shootouts in Iowa, and then there's been 4.
Yeah.
4 here already.
There's not been a lot of sort of misses in this match. There's been a couple of little incidents where, Shane scratching off that break. I mean, the cue ball came off the table. How high? A couple of feet.
Yep.
Bounce back down. 6-ball comes up. and shunts it into the corner pocket.
But with that break, you see that cue ball get kicked pretty often. It isn't, super uncommon. But I mean, you can't really beat it. So what else do you do? The second ball break, you're sending the cue ball kind of on a ride every time.
Yeah. Johnny Archer sets the cue ball in his usual position for this break off. Rack number 9. 8 balls moving, but not towards the pocket.
Not yet.
No. But he makes balls.
What stripes do you like here, Tony?
Either stripes. Yeah, absolutely. There's no way in the world Solids are getting even a thought.
No.
Not a thought. Do you play the 9 first?
I do, yeah. I think you play the 9, it gives you a little bit better angle on the 13.
It does, absolutely. Johnny has done just that. 13 should be going next.
And then probably just float down for like the 15, right? I mean, where does that... is that 10 awkward at all?
The 10 goes into the top left. That's the only clean place it goes. I mean, would you even bother... He's coming around, he's going to play the 11, surely. That's the only thing, is that 10 ball.
Does it pass the right side corner?
It's tight, isn't it? It might go past the 4 into the top right. If it does, that makes things a whole lot easier.
But you can play this 15 now and kind of float down. If you do get on it by the 1, then you're in good shape. If not, you have 12 kind of as a backup. Would be
a bailout ball.
A bailout, yeah.
I like that.
I call it hitting and hoping, but a bailout sounds better.
Well, I've got loads of my time hitting and hoping. Well, you heard the bell. We are now down to 15 seconds. A shot after Johnny Archer has played this shot with the 12 ball.
And this is where it's not necessarily shake Johnny a bit, but...
How well has he judged up the weight of that Kobe?
Oh, yeah. And that's where this table can absolutely get away from you. And if you get anywhere in between there, if you're in between playing it in either corner, then you're having to run into the 7 or 4. So getting the right angle there is huge.
Johnny Archer's going to get on the hill. He has this 8 ball into the bottom right-hand corner. He'll be 1 away. He's just going to edge in front of Shane Van Boening and the Scorpion. The Scorpion means business. 5-4. He now leads. He was 4-2 adrift. Golden Break came along to help out, and Shane Van Boening scratching off his break. All these things going in Johnny Archer's favour, and Boening all he can do is sit in his chair and watch.
It's wild how the momentum reverses like that, Johnny breaks and runs the first one, then Shane peels off 3, and then it kind of just flips its head.
It's the nature of this game.
It is.
It's unbelievable. So Shane Van Boening 5-4 down.
Wonder if he goes to the second ball or third ball break here. Wouldn't surprise me. He's taking the head ball. Oh, cue ball was very close there.
He's made a couple of balls though. And look how much time we've got. We've still got 9 minutes, and we're probably going to go to the 11th and final rack. How fast is it? I mean, this has just been... What a match.
My first match tied 3-3 in 30 minutes for perspective.
Van Boening takes stripes.
Yep, I like that. Get the 9 out of the way, and then when you play the 15, you can play the 11 after. Yeah, it's about perfect.
Very gently done there by Shane Van Boening, and he's perfectly onto the 11 ball.
Those ones on this table are like the touchy ones where you
They
can
can
either
kill you.
very, very soft roll it or you try and punch it. You
Yeah.
know, you just punch, and it's very easy to draw it back a few inches versus, you know, just punching and stopping. Now, do you think he'd want to get on the 10 first if he could?
Oh, absolutely. If you can get right to the top rail, he's not going to do that. He's not going to take the risk.
Yeah, and I still think he plays a 10 now.
Yeah, I do as well. On with you, Kobe. Used the 4 ball just to hold as well. Just like that. Perfect. 2 balls. We're going to go right to the wire. We're going down to the final rack. Shane Van Boening with his simple 8 ball into the bottom right hand corner. Boom, down it goes. We are 5-5 here in Boston.
Great match. Well, my bet stands it is not going to go to a shootout.
The Boston shootout, what drama here. And this has been one of the finest matches I've witnessed since I've been coming to the USA this year for commentary. 2 of the game's greats slugging it out.
No, when you're Shane sitting there and Johnny's breaking hill, all you're asking is don't make the 8.
Well, unless he makes it with the cue ball like Tom Jones.
Right.
Exactly. So don't forget, we do have golden breaks. They D up before the final rack. But we do have the golden duck as well. So if Johnny was to make the 8 and the cue ball, Tom Jones did it earlier today against Shane Van Boening.
Yep.
And that would be loss of the rack. But here we go. Fasten your seatbelts. It's going to be a fast ride. Eight ball was going towards that.
It was cooking.
It was going towards the side pocket, and it's going to be dry.
It's dry.
Oh,
And
Johnny Archer.
Very much open.
Ouch. Strikes. I don't know. No, I think solids actually.
Do you?
On the second look. When it'll go. I don't know, you know.
Yeah.
Make a case of both. I'm more nervous than them now.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
Oh.
Oh, he's overcooked it. Oh, he's gone far enough. He can get to the 14.
A little fortune there for sure. Yeah, and it almost looked like it had the speed to go all the way in.
Yeah, that's good.
Yep.
Unbelievable. Well, the balls are all there for Shane Van Boening to get himself into the semi-final. And I have to say, whatever happens, this has been an absolute awesome match.
Absolutely. So here, do you just, play middle of the table, get on the 13 by the 1, and
don't try and be greedy now, Kobe, do you? Just come across two rails, come out.
Yeah. Yep.
Perfect.
He wants that to slow down a little bit.
No, that's okay, because he just played it with a bit of spin and come between the black ball and the 12 and have the 12 back in the other corner. 2 balls away from a place in semi-final. And the dry break has flattened Johnny Archer.
Oh, what a match.
Simple 8 for Shane Van Boening. Down it goes. And Shane Van Boening defeats Johnny Archer in an absolute thriller of a match. 6 racks to 5. When we come back, Simon Webb will be getting the thoughts of Shane Van Boening.
Oh, what a way to start our evening session. That was an absolute cracker. Shane, congratulations. Another victory over Johnny. That was another very, very enjoyable match for us to watch. How about that for yourself?
Johnny played good there. It was pretty much a good match, and we both went to Hill, and then I took advantage of the last game.
In shootout pool, where it is so fast, there's only a race to 6 and 30 minutes. Can you enjoy the moment when you're both on the edge of winning it, and it's so exciting both ways?
Yeah, I mean I think that's the way pool should be. You got to really think. Yeah. You got to really know the pattern very well, and 15 seconds, and that's pretty quick.
I know that you absolutely love 8-ball, but is it nice that 15 seconds it's tough, but you have to just go off your natural kind of feeling for 8-ball, natural patterns, and just kind of flow?
Yeah, I mean you got to be really quick, and it's a lot different than playing the 9-ball events, Yeah. But you really got to know the pattern very well in this kind of format.
You're into the semi-finals. One more step to get into the final, potentially back-to-back shootout titles. I guess that's what your goal. That's what you're here for, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm here to try to win.
We're looking forward to it. Best of luck in the semi-finals. Congratulations on the victory here. Brilliant match, that one. Let's hope the second quarter-final matches up to it as well. Let's find out who Shane will play in the semi-finals.
Hi, I'm Scott Ryan, Ultimate Pool USA CEO, and I'm here to tell you that Ultimate Pool USA is capturing the hearts and minds of so many pool players across the United States. To the players, league operators and supporters, you are the reason we do this. We thank you. As we approach the end of our first season, I'm delighted to announce that our monster prize pool, including that groundbreaking $100,000 first prize, is ready to pay out at our nationals. You heard us right. No gimmicks, no gifts to the value of, just $100,000 in cash for the best team playing Ultimate Pool USA at our nationals. For the players, I'm going to hand you over to Ultimate Pool USA President 𝙎𝙤𝙨, who's going to reveal where our nationals is being held this year.
Hi everyone, we're delighted to announce that the 2025 Ultimate Pool League National is going to be held right here in Cherokee, North Carolina at the stunning Harrah's Resort and Casino from Monday 10th through to Saturday the 15th of November. And guys, we've got you covered. Don't worry about too little playing space. We've got over 40,000 square feet. Don't worry about staying up too late. Our tournament team have got you at the heart of everything they do. Plus, when you're not playing, you can use the incredible facilities this resort has to offer, such as the spa, the bowling alley, and the many amazing restaurants. The whole team are really excited to welcome you here, so I look forward to seeing you in November, and good luck.
This will be the biggest party in pool. Teams and players fighting it out to be the best of Ultimate Pool USA. But that's not all. We will have many special attractions, including our shootout, an open event, and many surprise guests from pools past and present. Get ready for all of the high-octane, fast-paced action you've come to expect from Ultimate Pool USA. For the players, league operators and supporters, this November, Ultimate Pool USA changes the game. We'll see you in Cherokee.
Our break tip is completely different from everything that is on the market combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on breaking, they can focus on accuracy and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting before buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Well, welcome back to Boston. Match 2 of tonight's quarter-finals in the shootout. Kevin Guimond against Justin Bergman. I hope nobody or anybody missed that last match between Shane Van Boening and Johnny Archer. That was an absolute beast of a shootout match. Johnny Archer breaking dry at 5 each, and Van Boening running out to win 6-5. I'm Tony Holgate, and joining me for this match in the commentary box is my good friend Stephen Wyatt. How are you, sir?
I'm wonderful, sir, especially after watching that last match. That was insane.
Yeah, incredible. Follow that, Kevin and Justin.
Well, Kevin did have a perfect match earlier, so you never know.
I did say to him just before he came out here, I said, going to try and play a little bit better tonight then? I said, I know you played well today. He said, well, I don't think we can do better than what we did earlier. I said, we'll just rinse and repeat then. The same will do.
And he's got another tough opponent here, of course, Justin Bergman, a mainstay here with Ultimate Pool USA. A couple titles under his belt. Looking to add another one in the Boston shootout. Well, that's not what he wanted there. He's in a little bit of trouble. Is he going to try and kick at this 12 ball? He does, and does successfully. Wow. Can he see the 9 ball? Just going to run out of time here. I do think he got that off in time. He did.
Yeah, back to time. If you compare it to Joe Prince's buzzer beater against Joe and Bustamante in Iowa, that was like an age of time.
One of the best buzzer beaters we've seen in Ultimate Pool USA history.
There's no question about it. When you had to rerun that, how long? How many times? We actually had to put it on film with the actual clock. As Joe Prince struck the cue ball, the clock was still on 1 second, and it just flicked away as the cue ball had left Joe Prince's tip. So that suggests it was in the hundreds of seconds. That is not a good place to be in for Kevin.
Yeah, no, this, I mean, he made a couple really good shots, but he's just getting deeper and deeper in the hole. There's a shot here, but I just don't know if it's feasible. Maybe off the 4, off the 3. Well, so the perfect runs of Kevin Guimond have ended with that one. And Justin Bergman gets to see the table, and it's a nice, open, empty table for him to run his 6 balls out.
Well, Bergman early today had 2 golden breaks in his match, and he needed them as well. He was a little bit in and out for him. I think it'll be a more business-like and clinical Justin Bergman that appears in the arena tonight.
Yeah, well, we know who has the biggest break in Ultimate Pool, but I think as far as the best break, I think it might be Justin. I mean, he's got several 8 balls to go down on the break when it mattered. And there it is. Rack number 1 goes to the iceberg, Justin Bergman. Looking calm and collected. One of the best 8 on the breaks we've ever seen was against Payne McBride in the Louisville shootout. Just Payne was running out, no time left on the clock. I think there was about 4 seconds, and he stopped the cue ball on his 8-ball shot and left 2. And, me and Simon dwelled over it while the balls were getting racked, and sure enough, it came into fruition. The 8-ball gets clipped, and then it gets clipped again, and then Justin Bergman wins with an 8 on the break with no time left. If you haven't seen that, you should definitely go back and watch it, but not right now because we've got a big match on our hands.
Just watching Richie Rose, our ref, racking the balls there. When he's pulling away the rack, it's the 4 ball at the front there that just keeps falling away. Managed to get it stuck now, so we're good to go. Justin Bergman to break off rack number 2.
Keep an eye on the 8-ball.
I always find it fascinating. He plays in that zip-up jacket there, you know, and it's quite warm out there. I'm quite warm in here as well, but
he caught that one a little bit funny. You saw the reaction of the cue ball. You could tell that he did not hit where he had been hitting. Yeah, caught that one a little funny. But he still makes a ball, and he's still got an opportunity to do something here.
oh, he didn't want that brush onto the 9 ball there. No, no, no. Now you're going to have to rethink this, Justin. Going for the chop back into the bottom right. And you're trying to come into the 9. Second prize. Nope.
Oh.
We can still make the 15. Definitely goes down bottom left. Might try and make it in the middle. I don't know. There's 2 chances here, but he's gone for the bottom left. He's made the shot. Again, the 9 ball is still stuck. And there you see now he's probably only going to have a bank at this. into the side pocket. Needs to draw the cue ball back far enough to be able to play it as well. A little bit short.
Ooh. This is tough. He's looking at the bank. I'm worried about the cue ball here, Tony. I'm also a little bit worried about the 8 ball. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Wow.
That's incredible.
Wow, and I was so worried about it for good reason. That was insane. Justin Bergman, look at this 8 ball, how it just creeps towards the pocket. It couldn't have gotten any closer, Tony.
No, well, because when he playing the back, he's had to pull into the cue ball, so it's always going to glance that 8 ball. I don't think he even expected himself to cut it that thin and any harder, and he was done. He was toast.
Yeah, I agree.
So Kevin Guimond comes to the table 2 racks down. So Kevin requiring a big break off here. Make some balls. Get himself right back into this match. That's a really good break. It'd be hard on Kevin if he didn't make a ball, and he has done. The winner of this will, of course, tonight play Shane van Boening in the first semi-final. We've still got 2 more quarterfinals to come after this. Next up, we're going to see Joe Prince take on Tom Cousins. And to round things up in the quarterfinal, Craig Waddingham will be playing Eric Charlton.
It's a little bit of a rivalry match with Joe and Tom. They played a couple times. They played in Colorado twice. Joe, the only person to beat Tom Cousins. Then they drew each other in the first round of the Louisville shootout. Played each other several times. I'll tell you this much. I don't think Justin Bergman and Shane van Boening have met up. I don't think they played in the shootout in Iowa, and I don't think they played in the Open. So that could be a very interesting match if Justin wins this.
I was going to say, Kevin might have something to say about that, yeah?
No, and I would love to see Kevin continue his good playing.
Nothing easy here, though, for Kevin. Very close again, but he got it in time. But this is not a good leave. And Justin Bergman will be sat in his chair thinking, it's not if, it's when I get to the table. So, Justin Bergman is now back at the table. Pretty much new. That was a foregone conclusion.
Speaking of Iowa a minute ago, I've got to give a huge shout out to all of the staff at the rack and Pat Carano. Those guys did amazing for us. We really enjoyed being there. And we can't wait to come back. I believe they have it up on their big screen right now. So,
do they?
Shout out to the rack in Clive, Iowa. Can't wait to be back.
Yeah, Pat, Emily, Jackie, Eric. You know who you are. Had a great time with you a couple of months ago.
And Courtside Bar and Grill here in Boston has been pretty good to us as well.
Lovely, very nice.
Food's pretty good.
Had some lovely food today here at the Courtside. Don't know if they've got any rumple mints in that thing yet.
Oh, my goodness.
We'll blame Jackie for that, and Eric.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Really, it seems like everywhere we go, we really get treated great. We've never had a bad experience. It's always been really, really fun for us. So, and it's going to be fun next month in Kansas City for the second annual Kansas City Open.
Yep. Good old KC.
Your first trip over to Kansas City, you'll fall in love.
Gonna fall in love?
I'll tell you what, Justin's fallen in love with the layout that he has here to go up 3-0.
Should be okay. Takes a 6 into the bottom right. Nice and gently.
Oh, he pulled that a little bit more than I thought he would.
This 8-ball for Justin Bergman. And in he goes, and he leaves now 3 racks to nil. And it's not quite happening for Kevin out there at the moment tonight. Far away from what he was doing this afternoon. Looks a bit of a forlorn figure at the moment, just pondering what sort of changed and gone wrong from earlier today.
See if Justin makes an adjustment to his break. Last time around, he didn't quite get the contact point that he wanted. See if he makes an adjustment and gets that 8-ball moving once again. It almost looks like he's adjusted to going to a 3rd ball break. He has.
And he scratched.
Oh.
Cue ball, side pocket. I wonder if he's now regretting that adjustment.
Yeah, no movement on the 8-ball. Cue ball goes 1 rail directly into the side pocket. Kevin Guimond has a pretty good opportunity here to get out. I think the 10-ball is really his only trouble, and it's not really trouble. It's just a matter of getting a good angle on it. He's got a shot on the 12 ball, but there's still he needs to have a clean shot at the 10 ball without running into that 3. Don't want to hamper his ability to get back up the table for the 9-11. Is he going to roll a little too far? And not only has he hooked himself on the 10 ball, I think he's hooked himself on everything, Tony. He might be able to skim the 11, but I think it would cause him to scratch. Oh my goodness, look at that bank. He kicked into the 11 ball. Oh my goodness. That was incredible. Actually, he didn't kick into it, he just banked it. That's, oh, how did that ball fall? And now, look, he can shoot the 9 ball directly off the 4. He just needs a way to get to the 10. Oh no. What just happened?
He missed. And badly. He should have gone straight into the 4. I mean, he's gone to play it at pace into the jaw. If he plays off the 4, he makes the pot. A very grateful Justin Bergman at the table. A fantastic opportunity to go 4 racks up. And looking at the clock, just shy of 13 minutes left. If it goes 4 racks to 0, I think it's safe to say, even though you don't want to tempt fate or the commentator's curse, but just judging and how this match has gone, you think Bergman is going to stroll it into the semi-finals.
Is that a real thing?
What?
The commentator's curse.
It is. It's a genuine thing.
Okay.
Do you want me to explain it to you?
Well, I think I know how it works.
Well, there you are. That's why you didn't ask me the question.
I just didn't know if it was real. I thought it was a myth.
It's real. Do you believe in ghosts?
Oh, we can go down a whole other rabbit hole.
Do you believe in rabbit holes?
You're a funny guy, Tony Holgate.
Well, I'm here all week.
What's not funny for Kevin is the fact that he had an opportunity and just missed it. And it looks like Justin Bergman is going to go up 4-0.
Just the simple stuff left to do now for Justin Bergman, and it's going to be 4 racks to 0. Bergman heading towards the semi-final, and the date is Shane Van Boening. Boom, down goes the 8. Bergman another step nearer the semi-final. Just a reminder, up next, Joe Prince, Tom Cousins. Following that will be our last quarter-final, which will be Eric Charlton from Phoenix, and he'll be taking on England's Craig Waddingham. Whatever happens tonight, we are guaranteed an American in the final, especially, well, from the top off the draw anyway. In the bottom half, it's a bit more of a mixed bag. We do have Eric Charlton, obviously, from the USA. He's got to fend off 2 Englishmen and a Welshman. Really good break there from Kevin. He's had a couple of chances and he's sort of just drifted out of position, and it's all gone a bit wrong in the first 4 racks for Kevin. Does on occasion get very close to the full allotted time for each shot.
And he's going to have to take that up a notch here in just a second, because we are almost there.
Yeah, it's, the thing is, he's got to rattle off 4 racks, and you're going to have to start, I won't say running around the table, but you're going to have to start playing a little bit more briskly. And we are now down at 15 seconds of shot, which is not going to help Kevin.
The funny thing is I don't think Kevin needs to take all that 30 seconds. I think he's just doing it.
Possibly. You get into a habit, I suppose, as you know, the way you sort of prepare yourself for each shot. But now he's speeded up a bit. He's starting to look a bit better and a bit, just the pots are a bit cleaner. I think maybe he gets caught in 2 minds here and there, but now when there's no time, it's sort of making his mind up for him. So this 11 ball and the 8 will pull 1 back. Eight ball top right hand corner, and this for 4-1. Straight in the heart of the pocket. Kevin Guimond drags a rack back. There's a shake of the head. It's like, finally, I've got over the line. Still got lots to do, and not an awful lot of time to do it in.
Well, we've seen him play with an ability to just run racks. So if he can get back to that zone and hope for a mistake from Justin Bergman, he can get there. But he's going to have multiple mistakes from Justin Bergman, including one right here on the break. Referee Rich Rhodes getting the balls racked and ready to roll. See if he's still using this 3rd ball break. He is. 8 ball didn't get much movement last time.
It's not got a whole lot better this time, but he's made a few balls, Bergman. In fact, he's made 3 stripes. Made a solid as well. Well, he'll take that with Justin Bergman. Developed the 6th ball, and he can get to the 4. Everything is in the open, and really, we should be looking at 5 racks to 1 now.
That was a highlight, real worthy breakout here in rack number 6.
Which runs this 5 in. He's going to run this in and then just play for the 6 ball. Cuts the 6 into the bottom bottom right hand corner. Throws the cue ball over to the side, left hand side rail for the 2. 8 ball goes in the side pocket. This for Justin Bergman to climb up onto the hill. 1 away from the semi-final, joining Shane Van Boening.
I want to count my chickens before they hatch, but the idea that SVB and Justin Bergman are going to lock up and one of them is going to gain a shot into the finals, as a pool fan, that is pretty intriguing to me. Kevin Guimond here hoping for some kind of goodwill. He needs a little lady luck. He needs something. Maybe a prayer with the amount of time that's left.
A prayer or 2. And a miracle. Wrapped in a blessing. It's not
that's not it.
No, it's not it.
That is not it. Might as well just give him 3 wishes from a blue genie.
Might as well just chuck the towel on the table.
Well, it's looking pretty grim.
It is. But it's the fact that there's not going to be enough time anyway.
Yeah.
If Justin just runs about 4 or 5 balls in, you're taking it down to like less than 5 minutes. And you can't run that many wraps. Especially with Justin Bergman's going to have at least 2 of those breaks as well. So this match really is over. This is just formality stuff here. But Justin will run these out now, and it should be a 6-1 scoreline at the end of this.
Yeah,
Bergman full value.
We're cracking jokes. It's not at the expense of Kevin Guimond. He's a great player. This match is just in a situation now where it's almost impossible for him to make the comeback.
Yeah, it's just not quite happened for Kevin tonight. Hard to follow up his faultless display this afternoon.
I wonder if he'll go back and look at the amount of time he spent on some of those shots earlier in the match, letting that clock run down, and you know, just a thought process is, had this gone the other way, he could have had time to make something happen, and here he just doesn't.
If it was me, I wouldn't have time to look back at the highlight reel of this match because I'd be too busy kicking my cue across the car park.
Well, luckily he can't do that because he still has matches to play in the Open. This is the first of 5 events. We will crown a champion tonight.
Well, this 8 ball for the match for Justin Bergman. Down it goes, and Justin Bergman will join Shane Van Boening in our first semi-final later tonight, defeating Kevin Guimond 6 racks to 1. When we come back, we'll be hearing from Justin Bergman.
with over 175 years of billiards history, tradition, and expert craftsmanship, Brunswick is a name synonymous with our game, which makes it the perfect partner for Ultimate Pool USA's vision, a fun, fast, and exciting pool for the players all across the United States. Brunswick, Ultimate Pool USA's official table partner.
Right, welcome back out to the arena. Let's get a few words with our latest semi-finalists. Justin, congratulations. Another very, very smooth performance. It just looks like you've got control of everything you're doing out there.
Yeah, well, when you get all the luck on your side, it's easy to play good, you know?
Yeah, there's a bit more to it than that, but yeah, I guess, you know, you're pleased with the way things are rolling.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, he got real unfortunate, and I started off with a big lead, and it's tough to come back from there, you know?
You said last time I spoke to you that you were sort of prepared for this one a little bit better than Des Moines. What was it in particular that you did differently?
Just practicing a lot more, put more time on the table, you know, get my arm loose. Yeah. And the Michael Jordan cards don't hurt. Scott hooked me up, so yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
I've got to ask you about your next match, obviously semi-finals now. A lot of people are going to be really interested in it. Shane Van Boening versus yourself. You know, obviously you played together, but you must have had a good few battles as well.
Oh yeah. I mean, I haven't played him in a long time, but I'm looking forward to a great match, and should be good.
We are really looking forward to it as well. Best of luck, Justin, when it comes around in a couple hours' time. We're looking forward to that one. That is going to be the first semi-final. Now let's move on to the bottom half of the draw and see how that pans out.
Well, welcome back to Boston. We're now on to the third quarter-final. Tom Cousins, top cat. The Welshman won the Iowa Open when we were last in the US. That's his opponent, Joe Prince, with a determined look on his face. Stephen White has disappeared for a little while, so joining me, Tony Holgate, in the commentary box is Del Sim.
Hey.
Good evening, sir.
Thanks very much for having me back, Tony. This is a pleasure. I know Joe Prince very well. Don't know Tom so well, but I'm really looking forward to this match.
We've just learned we've got a mutual friend.
Oh, we did, yeah, Mr. Cripps.
Mr. Cripps. I couldn't believe it when you said that. Do you know Robin Cripps?
I'll text him now, don't worry.
Hello, Robin, if you're watching, back in Cornwall, where I live, which is many, many miles away. That's incredible when you came in and said that. Anyway, down to the quarter-final business. Cousins breaking off.
Very nice break as well. He played a good side break there, and he's got an opener, and I think strikes are looking very, very, very open.
Well, while you're here, Del,
oh yes,
we'll have a little chat about when you played.
I'd rather not.
Well, I'll tell you what, okay, then we'll go back to your first match yesterday. The speed that you and Ashley were playing at in that first shootout match that you played. Well, that was an incredible game.
It's fantastic, and you know, I say hats off. She is an incredible shot, and she really caught me off guard with the speed, honestly.
Caught me off guard. I was commentating on it. I couldn't keep up.
But it shows you the strength and depth of some of these American players, and it doesn't matter what gender you are. These guys are, you know, they're playing at an incredible talent, and she really, I knew her speed, but I didn't realise she could run the table in less than a minute. It was less than a minute, right?
How long have you been over here now, Del?
This is my 11th year, so moved in, just at the end of.
And you're in New York?
I'm in Brooklyn, yes.
Oh.
Originally from Scotland, grew up in London, and over here now, working full time.
Very nice.
And I love what all my pools doing. They're doing a great job out here. This is a format I really enjoy. I'm an 8-ball specialist, if you want to call it that. I won the National Billiards League 2022 for 8-ball on the 9-foot. Torsten Homan in the final.
Wow.
So that was like a pro-am event.
Yeah.
So it was that was a big score for me, which translates well. But the problem is I'm nearly 7 foot tall, so playing on this table I look like.
Yeah, I saw you a little lad.
giant.
I did mention it when you played yesterday. I said the one player that's not going to struggle reaching across the table is Del.
I'm telling you, it's the only time I haven't brought an extension to the table. But Tom is another player I've followed for many years. He's a world champion, for those that don't know him, in English 8-ball, which is where I came from. World rules, but a different rule set here.
Mikey, that's where I used to play.
Yeah, it was a different world back then. Early 2000s.
I played it in the early 1900s. It feels like it anyway.
What I love about this rule set with Ultimate Pool is not only the time format, but the aggressive nature of 8-ball. It really forces you to take your chances, which is something I really enjoy.
Yeah, absolutely. So Tom Cousins wraps up the first rack in his usual fashion. I think with Joe Prince he got a little bit, well, he lost his way a little bit in his match before. He was 4-2 down, all of a sudden flicked a switch, and the last 7 minutes on the match clock suddenly sprung to life. Came back and won that match in a 6-ball shootout, but he doesn't want to get behind this man.
No, I don't know what it is about Joe. He has this unerring knack to just stay in the match somehow. Even if he's 4 and 5 behind, he never gives up. And I almost feel like he plays better from behind.
You could well be right. It's a good trait to have.
It is, but you don't want to make a habit of it. That's my point. It's you don't want to always have to be fighting against the grain, so to speak. Tom very accomplished, and I think Joe won't worry too much about it because he's by far the more accomplished American pool player out of the two, regardless of Tom's accolades in English pool. Quite successful with that second ball break too. Joe tends to pick a spot and stick with it for the match.
Just a bit awkward here for Joe, stretching.
Yeah, he's one again. Like I said, he's adapted very well to the American game.
He has, yeah.
He's been involved in it for many years. I think he was on the 9-ball scene in the UK when it first started to develop. So he's always had a foot in the door, but he's always been a very accomplished English ball player. But I think he has the stroke to stay in a game of this type. It's a very difficult 9 ball. I don't know what he's going to do with this 9.
I think it goes in the side pocket.
Think so?
Yeah. Also, it can be made in the top left as well, but
he doesn't need to develop it, right? So just stun this one in, or just slide it in.
Yeah, I think it's just connected to the 8 ball for me.
Yeah, I don't like to leave it till last, but I see what you mean. I think he might have to take it last.
Trouble is, he doesn't want to leave himself too much of an angle on that 12 ball up there either. So he'd like to come out with a cue ball just a tad, which he has done.
See, this is what the English players do very well. You know, an American player might have gone on and off the rail there and tried to leave himself on a choice of 2. Versus Joe played that very singular position there, knowing it was a connector to the 9, as you said.
Yeah, he could just roll this in. 6 ball will hold the cue ball for him. And this, barring any minor miracle of him missing this ball, will level the match up.
Yeah, with the alternate break format and the shot clock the way it is, it's very important to stay in the moment and stay close to your opponent in these early racks. Nothing worse than going 3 or 4 back, 3 or 4 behind.
Absolutely. Well, he didn't start off like that earlier today, Joe, so it's a bit more business-like this evening, and he's going to have to be, as we said.
Another friend of mine I know very well, Lucas. Again, I've seen him go from the junior to the adult.
Lucas Werner.
Yeah,
impressive player.
A fantastic temperament. Jason Shaw actually took him under his wing in the early years.
Well, I know Jason pretty well. I was playing as a pro with him when he was playing 8 ball back in the UK, and I'm very good friends with his father, actually, Charlie Shaw, who's another ex-professional. I was up in actually Glasgow a couple of weeks ago to see him.
Stays in the family. He's a hell of a character, his father.
Charlie's great fun.
Larger than life at the Moscone Cup last year. I won't tell you the antics of the bar, but
I've been told. Charlie actually told me a couple of weeks ago, to be fair. So yeah, we won't go down that avenue, but I can assure anyone it's very funny.
You can see here Tom is picking a very, again, he's off the rail here, so very, very odd to see someone queue up over the pocket there. You wouldn't see that from many American players, but he clearly has picked his spot and it's effective. Look at that, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 balls off the break, but the cue ball unfortunately is at no man's land.
No, you can make it into the side pocket, that's about it, but it's a very thin cut.
Yeah,
low percentage, but you just
very low percentage. Do you just brush off this?
I'm asking you, Del. What would you do here? You're the man for this occasion.
I think he has to be aggressive. I don't think there is a safety.
I don't know how to play a safety shot, so I certainly would be aggressive.
Wow, this is it. He's going to try and play like the shot you said. What a fantastic shot. Very unfortunate. I think it actually goes. The 6 goes still. It goes in the bottom left.
Yeah, it's very tight. This is such a good pot.
Oof. Fantastic shot there. And again, I don't think they're phased by the table at all. But playing that shot on an English pool table just wouldn't translate to what they can do here, right?
No.
And I want to make that very clear for the American players that perhaps haven't watched any English pool. They're accepting on this table a lot more. You couldn't play that down the rail without it wrestling.
This has been an extremely good out
from where he was.
Yeah. So that first shot, and also just being able to see that 6 ball and then play that so slowly, and he's such a cool customer, Tom.
Yeah, remind me, what is the race in the World English Pool Final? What is it? Race to
11.
Race to 11. I remember watching his last match, and he was so cool and collected, very, very calm at the table.
Yeah.
You see there, just no nerve whatsoever.
Ronan McCarthy is a current World 8 Ball pool champion. from Northern Ireland.
Oh, he's a current.
He is, yeah, unbelievably, you know.
And what age is Ronan? What age is Ronan now?
He's about 57.
Wow. Proof that Paul knows no bounds.
Nope, not
no
at
age
all.
limit.
Beat Carl Sutton in the final last year.
Last year, or it might have been a couple of years ago. Wow.
Yep. Wily character, Ronan.
What game do you prefer, Tom?
Out of
the two sets?
What, from the USA and the UK?
Yeah.
Do you know what? I'm going to say the US.
Yeah, there we go.
Because it's faster.
Yeah.
But I do love the UK as well, and I mean, I'm probably going to get in trouble. Someone said something. Why you say that? But just as a personal point, if I was going to watch from the crowd in the arena, I'd love, you know, out here it's quite loud and raucous, and I don't know, it's great fun.
It's definitely more aggressive.
Yeah.
You do see a lot of runouts, obviously, but I do think this one is slightly more challenging.
Yeah.
The game, and it's kind of nice to see the UK players.
The thing with this game that I love so much is that there's such an array of shots that can be played and made in this type of pool and on this type of table. You know, when you can really thump balls about the place, and the bank shots, there's more of those. But you don't see them so much in the UK. You know, a lot of players will swerve them, or not play swerve shots, but get out of the way of playing that sort of shot.
For those, you know, that know the game of snooker, you know, it's a very different fundamental stroke. Yeah. And I think the game of American pool was developed to be able to cheat pocket, to be able to apply spin, to be able to be aggressive. And I love that Ultimate Pool have kept the pocket at 4.5. I don't think 4 inches. I think it suits a European player in that regard, because it allows them to stun and use forward and draw.
Yeah.
That's it. But the greats of the game, the Earl Stricklands, the Efrons, they developed a game whereby they were able to cheat the pocket. They were able to show their prowess with knowledge of the table and the angles.
No, you're absolutely right.
It's an incredible thing to watch, and that's the adaptation, I think, from the European to the US, in my opinion. That's where you have to learn. And I'll use someone like Craig Waddingham as an example that you've watched today. He started with his snooker cue, which is, as many people know, it's 9mm, maybe 10mm at most. And they're adapting to American cues where they're 11.5 and above. So they know that to be good at this game, you have to have different equipment.
Absolutely. Well, Tom Cousins came over to Iowa without a cue and borrowed one, and I think he's doing the same again.
Oh no.
He had Stephen White's break cue, I think he won the Iowa Open with.
He's using the carbon one too. He's using the carbon cue there, likely.
Somebody's walking around this venue at the moment, they'll saying, has anybody seen my carbon cue?
Yes,
I put it in the corner there about half an hour ago, and it seems to have disappeared.
He's about to get 20% on the win.
Yeah.
So. Tom's doing a nice job here. He's keeping Prince at bay. But Joe never looks flustered either. Arms folded, sat in his chair. He knows as long as there's time on the clock, he has a chance. But as you said earlier, can't let Tom get too far ahead.
Well, ahead he goes, and he's now increased his lead. Tom Cousins leads Joe Prince 3 racks to 1 in this race to 6. Tom Cousins will be happy thus far with his work. And there's the cold stare of Joe Prince. The last quarterfinal will be on after this, which will be Eric Charlton from Phoenix. He'll be taking on England's Craig Waddingham.
I'm a big fan of Eric Charlton. Again, he's just, you know, he's
funny.
He's my average Joe, you know, he's my average Joe from America.
He has me stitches, seriously does.
Incredible chap, and really brings a fire to the table too.
Yeah, he does.
He never looks flustered. Again, he's just another player that just gets about his business. It's incredible.
Yeah, he's an incredible shot maker. he'll run a rack that looks pretty straightforward, make it really hard.
It looked difficult, but...
And then play some incredible shot at the end of it. You think, like, oh my, well, you know, and then he's on the highlight reel again. He's always on the highlight reel, is Eric Charlton.
Yeah, most of it was for the wrong reasons. I won't talk about that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The tip gate.
Tip gate, foul gate. Oh, my God. I didn't even...
And then you moved one with your arm as well, didn't you?
I did.
You did everything but actually strike a pool ball. You had every part of your body and equipment, the wrong part of the equipment you played with. I like that. Well, you go and kick one with your shoe across the room, and good old 𝙎𝙤𝙨, he come and do that. He'll come and do a pool exhibition, and he'll play shots with his socks.
My brain was fried from his 2 golden breaks. I didn't know what to do. I was praying to the golden break gods, and then I can't believe I rolled it back with my tip. Honestly, that was tough. But yeah, hey, such are the rules. I've never done that, and again, it's the pressure.
Do you know what? I was talking to a couple of the guys earlier, and they were asking me about it, and I said, do you know what? I said, really early in my pro career, I did the same thing. It was called foul, and I got broken run out, and I lost the match because of it. And I never ever did it again, because I never used my cue to move the cue up. Always my hand, always, because it takes it out of the equation completely.
It's just a force of habit, unfortunately, of being in America, that it's such a normal thing to do, and unfortunately I was foul of a bad habit, something again Europeans just don't do, that Americans do all of the time.
Joe was doing it
again. Yeah, he's been around the game. That's the problem with it, and it's I apologise for what I said to the ref. I didn't say anything bad.
Richard Rhodes.
Yeah, he was very adamant. I just said, that's a great call. Thank you. What else can you say?
I'll tell you what, he's a brave man, Richard Rhodes, calling a foul on 7-foot 𝙎𝙤𝙤. I wouldn't have. 𝙎𝙤𝙤, you can carry on, 𝙎𝙤𝙤. You play your shot. Have another go.
No,
take a mulligan.
And the other one you mentioned, I felt it brushed my skin, and I jumped up, and he rightly called a foul. I was just about to call it on myself, but he was so quick on the moment. I was like, I love the refs here; they're very on it.
Yeah, they are. They are top notch.
Very, very good.
Richard Rhodes and Daryl Hibbard are 2 main referees, and they are absolutely top notch.
Yeah, even my wife, who's come to support me this weekend, she commented, and I said it's a fantastic accolade for Ultimate Pool. She said just about the professionalism of the event, and how everyone is so well turned out, and how the environment takes a step up above that bar feel we're so used to in America. So yeah, kudos to the team for putting that together.
No, they work very hard at it throughout Ultimate Pool and Ultimate Pool USA. So Joe Prince, he gets a rack back.
Well, he never looks out of it, does he? He has. I feel like he hasn't had a sniff, and yet it's 3-2.
He's a fighter.
He really is.
You don't keep going deep in these events if you don't fight, because there's always going to be times and occasions where you're going to be trailing in matches and things aren't going your way, and if you can climb above it, drag yourself out of a big hole, and still carry on.
This is why I don't like that second ball break. Far too often for me these clusters happen.
Yeah.
And when you're up against it, you really would just want a nice open rack. And it's why I changed my break to more of a head-on, because I wanted that split, and I was just relying on basically luck to make a ball. But you don't want these clusters when you're trailing.
I always break a head ball.
Yeah,
that's going to miss. Oh
my goodness!
I thought that one was a miss.
In America, they call that a slop.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
slop ball. But I agree. It's one of those things that we have to accept about the game, especially if you're not here and you don't understand that this table out here is like glass. It plays so fast, and you're like, oh, I'd never miss that shot. Well, actually, come here and try. Come and have a go at it, and tell me if you'd miss that shot another time.
Yeah, there's a lot of players to watch the game, and yeah, those pockets are big.
Yeah.
But so are the balls and the speed of the cloth. And I've seen some players come onto these tables when they've not played and think they know better. And they said, I said, go on and lag up, and they've been the wrong end of the table.
Yeah, right.
And I said, yeah, there you go. Now try and run a rack.
Well, this is the other part of it. I think Tom has actually already looking at this. He's going to try and use the 2 ball to spread his stripes there on the side. So that 9 and 12, he's going to play the 15 and spread off of the 2 ball. Oh man, and he made the 8. Oh no!
Do you know what? Looking at that, just as you said that, I thought you've got to be careful with the 8 ball.
He'll never ever do that again.
I think he might.
Well, again, it's a slip. Like, so watch the ball slip. Watch the ball slide. You should play this not as aggressive as he did, and you were absolutely right. And it's only because of the slide of the cloth that 8 went. If he'd have played that a little bit slower with draw, it would have dragged to the 2, and then spread the balls nicely from there.
Well, Joe Prince not looking so stern after that development.
You wouldn't bet on that. That's a very unfortunate role for Tom. But again, one that you saw, one that perhaps other players would see as a danger as well. But on an English table, that doesn't go in the side pocket.
No, it certainly doesn't.
It doesn't.
I'll tell you what it does. It probably bounces onto the floor.
It does. Yeah, you can bounce on and off the table. He's really sticking to that position. So he really likes this particular break. And he's getting a very good result from it.
He's going to make the 7 up there as well.
That's a great split. Stripes are the best here.
Stripes are the best. Immediately look at those.
Yeah.
Do not like the 2 and the 6 on the solid, stuck over by that side pocket. The one thing about Tom Cousins is, although he made that 8 when he didn't want to in that side pocket, it won't affect him at all. You know, he was 3-1 up, and it's 3 racks each. Again, these things do not affect Tom Cousins. He's immune to it.
Exactly right. And there are some games, if you make the 9 ball, if you're playing 9 ball and it goes early, they respot it. But for those that are just tuning in, if you make the 8 ball too early, that is loss of game. So that's why they cleared the rack there.
Yeah, we do have the golden break in play. So get the 8 off the break, you win the rack. But if you get the 8 and the cue ball, if you scratch at the same time, it is a golden duck and you lose the rack.
We saw one of those today, didn't we?
Tom Jones against Shane Van Boening, very first match.
Wow. And it was the final rack too.
It was.
I remember that. I was on the rail there when that one occurred.
Yeah, he was unlucky today. Was Tom Jones, played some good stuff.
Tommy Gunn, what a nickname. Liverpudlian.
Yeah, from Birkenhead.
Birkenhead.
So Tom Cousins, these 2 stripes and the 8 ball, pretty much a formality.
I noticed a lot of the players are sporting the McNamara logo.
Yeah, good field.
Which is it based in Liverpool as well? Or?
That is correct.
See, I still keep up with it, Tony. I know I've been in America for a while. I keep up with the UK stuff. Only because of Robin, our shared friend.
Bless him, the beard to be feared.
The original beard to be feared. Red Roof in Cornwall.
So Cousins gets himself in front once again. 4-3.
I think he deserves to be in front, honestly. Joe seems to be hanging on to his coattails right now, but that's what he does. He seems to just hang on and try and, with Lucas, even force the shootout. And he told me on the side, he said once Lucas went over 30 seconds, he knew he'd won it. That's confidence.
Yeah.
But I think he's right in saying it too. A good score in the shootout. What do you think that is?
For the 6 ball?
For the 6 ball.
I always say back in the UK, around 24 or something like that, is the cut-off. But I think around 29 to 30, I think, on this table because of the speed of the cloth.
Yeah.
And you cannot. players have struggled to stop that cube was spinning. They'll play a shot and it's just gently spinning very slowly. But it's like 2 or 3 seconds. Shane Petrick yesterday in his 6-ball shootout, he broke balls going around the table, and they were about, because the cue ball come to rest, it'd stop, so he can shoot. So he goes to shoot, but the 6-ball is still coming down behind him. Instead of getting down and hitting it, trying to hit it quickly, he then had to get up and wait for the 6-ball to come past him. It would have gone into his arm. So again, that cost Shane valuable time and ultimately cost him the match. But
it's such an exciting format for this, honestly.
This is not a split.
He played a good cut break this time, much better spread. And this is where Joe excels. Now you're seeing speed up. We're still not at the cut-off for 15 seconds, but
yeah, we're not going to go to a 6-ball here. Not with these two. It'll be unlikely now again to happen probably tonight, I think.
Yeah, unless these guys slow up a bit, right?
Yeah, there's not really much safety. They're all so good at picking the balls off and finding ways to go out.
I'll be honest, I like the 5-ball here rather than the 7, just because I think it affords better shape. But again, each to their own. Joe's just going to play it forward.
Combination.
Will he play the combo? Yeah, maybe
She's
so.
Straight.
I mean, it's straight in, right? Why not?
As long as the 5-ball doesn't just slip behind that 15.
The only thing I'm worried about with the slide is that you won't have the 4. If he was a bit straighter, I think he would play this.
He desperately wants to play it.
Do you think
I think he's worried about the 5-ball rolling behind the 15.
Do you think the 3 goes here? Up there? Oh no, he's still going to play it, okay. I mean, he has to play it now. Yeah,
play it the other way. That's well thought out. Play it at pace, and that stops that slide.
He doesn't look very smart, but he has a great pool IQ. I say that with the greatest respect for Joe. I'd say it to his face as well, but he's a very fun character off the table, as you know, Tan.
He is.
That makes people warm to him.
He does enjoy himself in the evenings.
He's played that very well. He's going to draw level again, Tone.
Yep. Like you say, he just hangs on the Tom Cousins coattails. He's level now. 4 racks each. And still that down at 15 seconds a shot. It will come in the next rack, I'm sure, unless there's a golden break or a golden duck.
What's he been in now? 4 or 5 finals? Must be 4 at least, right?
4. I think it wasn't it his 4th time lucky that he won the Open.
That's right, he won the
because they would take, because he lost 3 finals in a row, and they were calling him Joe Prince II. That was his nickname from all the guys here in the US.
That's fantastic.
Which I thought was very good.
Joe Prince II.
They were calling him that, yeah.
I'd call him the bridesmaid, but
well, that's what we
a little bit
as well. But yeah, Joe Prince II.
That's incredible.
But then he won. He won in Arizona, and that finished that off.
All right, Tom sticking with the same break. Let's see if it's going to reap as much reward as it has been doing. Again, clutching himself over that one. This is where the carbon cues come in great, because I hate cueing over the pocket with a maple shaft, because it can sometimes leave some residue.
Is he going to get there? Oh,
got blocked. Damn, look at that. That is a terrible cluster. Not terrible enough though that it's well, actually the 15 is stuck on the 4 as well. So now this
banks into the corner, goes for it.
Go for it.
Taylor 14 smashed that combo in there and send the 8 racing around the table where you don't know where it's going.
Now I know you're from Cornwall. 100%.
Yeah,
what would you take here? Would you take stripes? Or?
I think I would, just because just got that
just
pocket
lay one
over there.
a lot of time left on this one. I don't
Could
think
you just knock the 14 in and then flick that 15 ball out and leave the cue ball stuck on the top rail? Very delicate shot of play.
I'm with you. He's gonna go for the other one. He's gonna put the full breakout straight away. And I like now the 9 ball and use the 12 as the breaker. Problem is you don't have a good safety ball after that. That's my problem. Maybe he's going to break it out now. Now that he's got a couple of clusters.
He always goes to his problems early, this Tom.
Wow, look at that. What a great shot. Oh, he got lucky.
Tom does not wait around.
I don't think he's got it, you know. I think he has the 13 and it's a tough cut.
Just looking at the angle there, if you're going to play that plain ball, be very careful with the cue ball coming back into that 8 ball.
Yeah, you've got to play with a little bit of spin. Oh, and you called it, Tony. What a great shot.
Well. I saw it, Tom.
You called it absolutely perfect, and I didn't think he'd be that naive to not put any side on it.
I just looked at the angle from the overhead, and I thought that's going plain.
Tony, you've been sat here too long. You've been sat in this booth far too long.
Especially with the bar open.
Someone get this man some fresh air, because that is a
But when you look
shout.
at the overhead there, just at the line of the cue ball.
And is that 2 now?
That's two he's knocked in.
So unfortunate, but it's crystal clear to us.
He's 5-4 behind now, but he has potted 6 8 balls.
Wow.
2 of them when he didn't want to.
It's a great stat. 6 8 balls and he's behind. Oh, God. I hate to laugh, but it's a nervous laughter for the fact that he's now on the hill and behind.
Yeah. Prince would be thinking, just make a couple of balls here and get a decent layout. He could be home and host.
Yeah, he knows one good break. I can't tell you the amount. Oh no, he's scratched. He's scratched.
Oh. Never mind it. Tom will probably knock the 8 ball in early anyway, so that he knows what he's doing. It's a plan.
That's a plan. This could go close. He was very aggressive in the beginning, and I liked his opening shot. I did, and I think he was right to go aggressive, but. 10 minutes, 8 minutes on the clock left. Do you slow this one down, or do you go for it?
No, you got to go.
Have to go. I just don't like it. I don't like it from here. I don't. I mean,
Does the 14 go? No.
Now the clock's down.
Well, it cut down into the bottom, is it?
Yeah, there's a cut. Yeah, you're right.
Well, he's made it.
Yeah, again, another great shot. But no reward.
Yeah, now we're running out of shots. We really are.
Well, you can play safe here. You can go right in behind the 11 and 12 here.
Yeah, has no other shot though.
This is perfect. This is just going to sit right in that gap. Oh, hello. Oh, brutal. Have a go at that one, Joe Prince. I still fancy Tom's the favourite from here. Everything's out in the open, and Joe hasn't got the time to think to get a ball safe. He can't get a ball safe. Oh.
Tell you what, he could have left him in the perfect spot here.
Would you take the bank, or would you roll onto this? I don't know. I think he has to take the bank.
If I was playing Monopoly, I'd take the bank.
How does Joe? That's what I mean. How does Joe do it? Oh, he's going to play the same shot. Just slide off it and go right back in the same spot. There it is. What a great shot.
Great touch there from Cousins. As Joe Prince taps the table in appreciation.
Yeah, Joe can't do this twice, can he? Is he going to try and get up behind the 1 ball there? Yeah, you haven't got a choice, bud. He switched his mind. And a scratch.
Now then, will the 11 ball go in that side pocket?
Saving grace, 13. And if you're right about Cousins, will he go forward here and attack 13? Do you think he goes heavy forward?
I don't. He did though.
Tried to get there, right? I think he could have gone a little bit more angle there and got behind.
He's not made great contact with that.
No, not at all. It was close though. It wasn't as easy as it looked.
I think you've got to play the bank. I really do, while he's up at the 13.
This is why I love the shot clock. Look at them making absolutely
trying to move it.
Crazy errors. And it's that time pressure that brings that.
I think the bank was on.
And look at Joe.
Where the 1 ball was, he kissed into it. He would have had that same shot there with the 10 ball.
trying to.
Good Joe. Yeah, Joe's got him here. 6 minutes. No rush.
I'm trying to control my heart rate, even in the booth. Oh, needs to slow down.
That's perfect.
Just bump the 15 onto the rail, get it out of the way. There it is. Perfect.
And this would be a huge win for Joe Prince. But Tom Cousins has helped him so much by knocking in several 8 balls for him.
Don't know, Tom.
It's just, do you know me? I play this full-blooded in top left, screw the cue ball back, draw it back into the bottom rail, come back up the table.
I think that's why we're sat in the booth, Tom.
No,
he's going to play it one rail and out. I'm with you though. I like the 3-railer.
But it wasn't. It was just straight on the one rail.
Yeah,
just draw it straight back with the left-hand side.
Yeah.
Screen it up there.
Screen it in. This one, just kill it with some draw. Play this the drag shot, as we call it. They call it something different in America. I don't know. I don't think they call it a drag shot.
They don't. But down goes the 8 ball, and Joe Prince is into the second semi-final tonight. He will face either Craig Waddingham or Eric Charlton. A great win for the Prince. And when we will come back, Simon Webb's going to have a little chat with him.
Very good.
I'm now with Joe Prince, who has just booked his place into the semi-finals of the Boston Shootout. That's got to sound pretty good, Joe.
Yeah, very good. I've yet to make it further than the semis in any shootout, so hopefully today's my day, really.
Well, what is it about you and Tom? You've obviously, both come over from the English game where Tom's the number one, but for whatever reason over here, you've just got his number.
Yeah, I mean, he's been quite unlucky there, the latter part of the match. The first luck he's put in mid-frame just completely fell into my trap that I laid for him. But then after that, he's just been really unlucky. I feel like I was quite lucky to win this match, to be honest, because by rights I shouldn't have. So
you still got to take. I mean, if he's going to do that to you, you still got to take the opportunities that he gives you and punish the mistakes, which you did really, really well.
Yeah, well, like I said, I've never been past the semis, so maybe this could be another thing about me in finals and getting past 5 frames. If I can get past the semis, then maybe it might be my day.
Well, we're looking forward to finding out whether you can do just that, but I think we need to find out who you will play in the semi-finals. Congratulations, and we'll see you a little bit later on. And it is time to find out who Joe will play in the semi-finals. Craig Waddingham and Eric Charlton up after the break.
Hi, I'm Scott Ryan, Ultimate Pool USA CEO, and I'm here to tell you that Ultimate Pool USA is capturing the hearts and minds of so many pool players across the United States. To the players, league operators and supporters, you are the reason we do this. We thank you. As we approach the end of our first season, I'm delighted to announce that our monster prize pool, including that groundbreaking $100,000 first prize, is ready to pay out at our nationals. You heard us right. No gimmicks, no gifts to the value of, just $100,000 in cash for the best team playing Ultimate Pool USA at our nationals. For the players, I'm going to hand you over to Ultimate Pool USA President Jordan 𝘎𝙤𝙤𝙤𝙤, who's going to reveal where our nationals is being held this year.
Hi everyone, we're delighted to announce that the 2025 Ultimate Pool League National is going to be held right here in Cherokee, North Carolina at the stunning Harrah's Resort and Casino from Monday 10th through to Saturday the 15th of November. And guys, we've got you covered. Don't worry about too little playing space. We've got over 40,000 square feet. Don't worry about staying up too late. Our tournament team have got you at the heart of everything they do. Plus, when you're not playing, you can use the incredible facilities this resort has to offer, such as the spa, the bowling alley, and the many amazing restaurants. The whole team are really excited to welcome you here. So I look forward to seeing you in November, and good luck.
This will be the biggest party in pool. Teams and players fighting it out to be the best of Ultimate Pool USA. But that's not all. We will have many special attractions, including our shootout, an open event, and many surprise guests from pools past and present. Get ready for all of the high-octane, fast-paced action you've come to expect from Ultimate Pool USA. For the players, league operators and supporters, this November, Ultimate Pool USA changes the game. We'll see you in Cherokee.
Guys, and we are back in the Ultimate Pool USA Arena here in Courtside Bar and Grill. My name is Stephen Wyatt, and I've got a very special guest here. It is the one and only Miss Tina Larson. Tina, how are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
I'm really good. This has been a great shootout so far, and we've got another great match. Eric Charlton's been on fire, taking out Declan Brennan as well as Dave Matlock. And on the other side, Craig Waddingham takes out Skylar Woodward earlier today.
Yeah.
There is still a few more matches to see tonight, but this is a good one.
This one is going to be spectacular.
I agree 100%.
And Eric is on fire. You are correct. He's been playing phenomenal since he's been here.
Yeah, Eric is one of those guys that has fallen in love with the format. He currently plays Ultimate Pool League back home in Arizona, and he just really enjoys this format, and he's done well enough that he earned a spot in the shootout. And here he is, taking out big names, adding feathers to his cap.
Yeah. Didn't he come in second to Sam in Arizona?
He did. His debut shootout, he takes second place to Sam Henderson in what was a tight match.
It was a tight match.
But another person who was successful in Arizona, Craig Waddingham, goes all the way to the finals of the Arizona Open, losing only to Joe Prince, who we just saw take out Tom Cousins. So, yeah, it's this has been so much fun, and we're really just getting started. We're not even halfway there yet.
No, the night is young.
Yeah, the weekend is so long, but I enjoy every second of it.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here. Thanks for asking me.
Yeah, I'm glad you got to play in the shootout. It wasn't quite the way you wanted it to go, but you had a tough opponent. And
it was, the one time I decided to play in the shootout, and you got all the monsters from across the country here, including over the pond. And I'm not upset by it. It's a great experience. I had a lot of fun, and I'd do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, while we're talking about it, Eric at the table off of Craig's break. And it looks like he's got a pretty... Yeah, he's set up pretty here.
Yeah, if that 11 goes in, he's, good for him. I don't see too many things in his way. The 8 ball goes by the 5.
Yeah, this is just deciding what's comfortable for him as far as how he wants to run it.
Yeah, Eric told me his mom was listening, so to be nice. So, hello, Eric's mom.
Well, hopefully I'm always nice to him. Eric's one of my favorite people on and off the table.
Yeah, Eric and I became good friends in Arizona. And we talk online, and, you know, we follow each other, and I've been watching him play since he got here 2 days ago, and he's just been playing phenomenal, and he deserves to be right where he's at right now.
He's one of those guys that I feel like he just has the perfect attitude for playing pool. He doesn't have any expectations when he shows up. He knows that he's talented, but he has no expectations, and he just enjoys himself, and that's the way it should be. As he takes down the first rack here against Craig Waddingham.
That was a nice 2-rail shot to get on that 8.
Wasn't it, though?
Yeah. Got a little out of line and worked it out. All right, who do we have coming up? Ooh, Justin and Shane. That'll be a great match coming up, too.
So the winner of this match is going to take on Joe Prince in our second semifinal. And, of course, our first one, the one you just mentioned, Shane Van Boening and Justin Bergman. So that's going to be...
That just sounds like it should be a final altogether.
Yeah, it does. It's kind of crazy that they're both in the same bracket there and matching up before the final, but SVB and Justin Bergman is going to be next.
That's exciting.
That's a dream match for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And then the good news is we'll have 2 more matches after that. We'll have our second semifinal and then, of course, the final.
Right.
And
Joe Prince earned his right to be in the semifinal, beating Tom Cousins, who's a monster from England.
Yeah, Tom.
You know, number 1 rated ultimate pool player in English. Yeah, in the English 8 ball. You know, Tom had some unfortunate things happen. Oh.
Speaking of unfortunate things.
Oh, that was tough.
Yeah, that's not what he wanted there.
No. Yeah.
Well, if he could take this 1 ball here, I think solids is definitely the play. He's just got to worry about the 3 ball, and I think he's got a plan for it.
Right now.
Yeah, so this should be a fairly simple rack for Craig. Can't take anything away from him. Got through a nail biter with Skylar Woodward. Sky scratches on the break. Hill to allow Craig to get the win.
Yeah, I talked to Sky right after that match, and he said he needed about 5 games to get warmed up, and he was playing his 8 ball match in the Open, and he broke it around and said, "You warmed up yet?" He goes, "Yeah, I'm good now." He's a little out of line here, but I think he can work it out. I asked Craig and Tom and Joe about, I noticed they weren't playing with their normal cues, that they were playing with an American cue. So that has got to be absolutely strange, you know.
Yeah, so Tom actually borrowed a cue for the Iowa event and won it with it. And then I think Joe now has an American cue, and Craig also borrowed a cue, and I think Declan Brennan as well. They're all borrowing cues. So yeah, totally different feel. But I think Craig likes the cue that he's shooting with now. I think he's finally got it figured out better than the Chinese 8 ball cue that he was using. And I know Tom is really adapted to the cue he's been playing with as well.
Yeah, they said that it was a little strange getting used to, but they're okay with it. They were hitting balls with it yesterday, and I noticed, you know, they didn't have a 9-inch diameter shaft. You know, and I said something, and they were like, yeah. So they seem to be playing well with it. You know, good for them.
Yeah, Craig's gonna need to give a kickback if he wins it to the guy who loaned it to him. Big break here coming. Craig's had a fairly good break this entire event so far. I hope I don't curse him.
Oh, no commentating curse. That looks like it might be a dry break.
Might get a kiss. Nope. And curse is real. No. Dry break, unfortunate, but there are a few balls that are going to make things a little bit tough. So Eric's going to have to deal with a few things depending on which way he goes. I think the solids is going to be the easier to deal with.
You think?
I think only because he can see the 7 and he doesn't have a pocket for the 15 while the 7 ball's there.
Yeah, I don't think he's got a pocket. Maybe he's got a pocket for the 6.
Yeah, the 6 ball is a little dicey, but I think if he were to get his cue ball positioning between the 8 and the 12, I think it goes in the corner and would just play shape for the 2 ball.
With the 6. I mean, yeah, he's got to get almost perfect.
Yeah, he's got to get perfect, but it's better than trying to shoot a ball that doesn't have a pocket with the
I agree with you. I'm always fascinated to watch when I come to Ultimate Pool, all the different talents that are here and their strategies of working out an 8-ball rack. And I've learned some things just by, you know, all the talent, like you said, that's here. And, you know, it only makes me a better 8-ball player. But, you know.
Well, you're a perfect example. Your first event was Louisville?
Louisville.
Yeah. So your first event was Louisville, and I don't think you've missed one since.
No, I love the format.
Yeah. You get hooked on it, right? You walk in, you see the arena, the way it's set up. This isn't just a big event, guys. It feels like a big event.
It does. Every time, every event feels like it's a big event.
And we're only getting bigger. And uh-oh.
No.
Watch out, cue ball. Oh, that's
that looks
rough.
like that might even be frozen. I can't see it from here. I'm trying to move, but my chair is not swiveling and the table's not moving.
I haven't heard a call from the referee, so it may or may not be touching. I'm not sure.
No,
there we go.
Okay. So he could see the 6. Great. I don't know if he's got a pocket for it, or maybe he does have a pocket.
Great work by our camera crew there. Can't say enough things about them. They don't get the credit they deserve.
Oh, I think he got a nice roll there.
Might have.
Yeah, I don't think the 10 goes. He's got to play the 15. I don't know if he can see the whole ball of the 15. That's what he's going for.
He just might be able to cheat the pocket.
No.
He tried to cheat it and he didn't get there.
Yeah, maybe a little softer and it goes. Gets another rail inside the pocket, you know, and drops.
But to my point there about the events, you know, you showed up, you saw what the event was like in Louisville, and you got addicted because
absolutely. Don't do that.
Oh, don't scratch. And we have almost like a train of followers. Like we go somewhere, and then a couple people latch on, and they stay on the train, and then we go somewhere else, and they follow us, and then we get new followers, and they follow us too. So it's been really cool to see from the beginning. I've been really fortunate, and I'm very, very excited to be able to say that I was here at the first one because I've been able to see the growth, this just stack of growth, and it's so cool to see.
Right. Because I missed the first 2 events. I missed the Kansas City and the Colorado event, and joined up in Louisville. And you are absolutely correct. And I probably won't miss an event unless it's, you know, I mean, the earth might shake for me to do that. But
yeah. I mean, it is so much fun, and you've had some success here as well. Of course, you have a mixed pairs title, and you've gone very, very deep in the ladies' event as well.
Yeah, not as deep as I like, but we're going to see if I can change that.
Well, you're a great shot, and
Thanks,
Justin Bergman's should feel privileged to have a partner like you. I've been really impressed with your game, and it's a lot of fun to watch. He gets a little bump here, but I think he's okay.
I don't know.
So I'm thinking he's just going to roll this ball up.
You take the 10 to the 13.
Yeah, so I think he'll take his medicine with the 10 ball and just be able to utilize the angle on the 10 to get back to the 13. Yeah, give himself a little bit of angle. He either wants to be able to draw out or to go, I guess, 4 rails.
I think he would have to go at. The 10's not frozen, but you're talking about coming up between the 13 and the 2. Oh,
yeah,
he's going to take 13. Okay.
First, this is good. This is good.
Yeah, this might be just right on.
Yeah, that's a tough shot, but he took his medicine because he knew that he was going to have a hard time getting back to the 13.
Yeah, that was a great shot. Good job, Craig.
A newcomer to our mixed pairs sitting there behind Craig, watching him, Nicole Oborowski. Going to be teaming up with Mr. Johnny Archer. She's sweating this match. Uh-oh, don't get behind it. What in the world is going on?
The last 2 matches, just strange things have happened. I watched Tom make the 8 ball twice out of turn, and now Craig has got the whole table, and one place that he is absolutely stone hooked from. One rail inside.
Hold on to your seat. Hold on to your seat.
Oh my Lord.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's got to be feeling good about that one.
Good for you, Craig.
Kicks the ball, trying to kick it 1 rail, and he goes 2 instead into the side pocket. A really, really fun shot there. Look at this.
Wow.
A little fortune is never a bad thing.
No.
And Eric, I'm sure, is just going to have a little laugh about it.
Yeah, what can you do?
Exactly. That was a wild way
to end that.
To end that.
Sometimes it pays to just make contact with it,
And in this format, some people call it slop. I don't really like that word because it's not slop. At least in my opinion, but yeah, you don't have to call the 8 ball. So you get hooked, you swing at it, you risk scratching, you risk making it and scratching, you risk moving all your opponent's balls, or maybe you risk making it. Which,
right.
It's all part of the game.
That's part of the English 8 ball, and that was one rule of the English 8 ball that I'm still not comfortable with. The fortunate shot that other people get. Yeah. And, it cost me a game earlier because that happened to me, and I just, I was like, good for you.
Yeah.
It's good for you. You've got good mojo. I'm happy that went in for you. Now I'm angry.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those things that, we only ever talk about it when the 8 ball falls. I've seen so many players fire at the 8 ball when they didn't have
no
a great shot on it.
Right.
And they either make it and scratch, or they just scratch, or they completely open up the table for their opponent. So the amount of times it's going to work in your favor is far less than the amount of times it's not going to work in your favor. So there's a little bit of ebb and flow there.
Yeah, I just really enjoy the format. If I didn't like the format, believe me, I wouldn't follow you guys all across the country. You know, I've got a couple people to join me in my ultimate pool adventures.
Yeah.
You know, getting them to come out to tournaments. I got Dennis Hatch to go to Iowa.
You know, actually, it's really funny you mentioned that, because I mentioned your name yesterday, well, actually, while you were playing, and I talked about, Dennis Hatch and kind of what we had talked about at dinner the other night, just about him helping you with your game a little bit.
Right. He's my coach.
Dennis was actually in the chat. And,
oh, was he?
He was enjoying the conversation. So, yeah, you're a very lucky person to have Dennis to help you out. And I think Dennis is pretty lucky to have you as a
Dennis
as
is a
player.
great human being. No.
Oh, no, Craig. Can you do 2 in a row? Can you kick this ball in? And I hope if Dennis is watching, he messaged me earlier. Hatchet Man, I hope you can make it down to Kansas City next month.
Oh, he's coming. He's going for sure.
You've decided for him?
Oh, we talk about it all the time, man. He was really bummed that he couldn't make this event. I talked to him I saw him on Monday, and he was, you know, he was still hemming and hawing about it. I'm like, well, you can't do anything about it now, so. He's like, I'm going to Kansas City. I'm like, okay, good.
Well, that's good.
So we'll have Dennis back in Kansas City. He loves the format. He really enjoyed the Iowa event and being a part of it. And I enjoyed having him around and watching him play and compete again, because it's been, 20 years, 15
A lot
years,
of the players that are maybe a little bit older and have, maybe played their last game of rotation or whatever, they're finding a little bit of a rejuvenation. In Pool USA.
Matlock is one of them.
Yeah, Dave Matlock. Shane Van Boening, he's not over the hill. He's not on his last
look at
leg.
Johnny Archer.
But Shane really loves this format. And I'm excited to see Dennis in that same...
I wouldn't be a bit surprised if Skylar just... hops on the bandwagon too and joins the Ultimate Pool family and follows Ultimate Pool around the country like I do.
Well, Lucas Verner's another one of those guys that he took a tough loss earlier, but he generally likes the format. He thinks the match clock and the shot clock really mend well with 8-ball, and we're excited to have any players that would like to give it a shot, and I encourage you, whatever your skill level is,
I agree.
You will have a good time.
I agree. It just seems like everywhere we go, I see different women in the events. It's not the same. You might have the same 5 or 6 women that follow Ultimate Pool, but for the most part, it's nice seeing from state to state them come out and want to compete and play against all the other women from across the country, because Ultimate Pool does that. And women's pool is getting big in the U.S., and to see these players come out and play, it makes my heart happy, to be honest with you. To watch more women come out and support and play.
The cool thing about the ladies event is it has filled up every time. We were a little shy this time, and we dropped the bracket down to 32. We've been filling up at 48, but we also know that there's another ladies event going on elsewhere, so we knew it was going to be a little bit shy. But the ladies have always supported us, as well as the juniors. One of the best things about our events, and I know you know this because you've been here, is all the fun we have off camera.
Oh, yeah.
So for anybody that doesn't know, on Saturdays, when the cameras are not rolling anymore, we have an entire mini-game shootout that happens in the arena. It is a spectator sport. It's a lot of fun. And if you've never been to an Ultimate Pool USA event, you don't know that that it happens.
Correct.
Because we haven't posted any of that video yet. So,
and it does look like it's a lot of fun.
Oh, it is
the different games and spinning the wheel.
Oh,
yeah. You guys had, I believe you guys had Shane playing it.
He was playing some mini games in Iowa with Aiden
In Iowa, correct.
in the arena.
Yes.
And then we do all that too. So we bring in the pros and we have them try out some of our mini games, and it's a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun to watch somebody of Shane's caliber
having fun
at playing pool and not having his serious cap on.
Yeah, the stone face Shane.
Yeah, it was really nice, and I really enjoyed watching it. And I didn't participate in it, but I did sit and watch most of it, and it just seemed like a lot of fun.
Yeah, we do have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And it's when we come to your area, the mini games is a very sought after event. We don't even announce we're taking signups until we're taking signups.
Right.
Because they go so fast.
They go fast. Right.
But if it's coming to your area, make sure you ask about it, because it's become a little bit of a ritual as our halftime show on Saturday in the break.
Yeah,
so.
but people don't know when to sign up. It's announced, and then 15 minutes it's closed because it's full.
Yep.
And then obviously you can't participate in it if you're in a match or whatever, and that happened to be where I was at on that, because I tried to participate. Yeah, but
it's a little tough, but we try to give people something fun to do. Take a little bit of the seriousness of the tournament away, and I think we found our niche with the Mini Games Championship.
I think that's great.
Hopefully,
and they get a belt, right?
Yeah, so
they get a belt. Yeah,
so they get a cash prize because it's an entry fee tournament.
Right.
They get a cash prize, and they get to take the picture with the belt, and they qualify for the Mini Games Grand Finals that will happen in North Carolina, where they will get a much larger cash prize.
I did not know that.
And then the winner of that will take the belt home, and we'll have a new one for 2026.
Wow, that is fantastic.
Yeah.
See what everybody's missing? Everybody that can hear us now, you guys are missing it all.
Yeah, there's
all the fun is here.
So much goes on behind the scenes that it's hard to talk about. But my apologies. I will get back to the match here as Craig Waddingham goes up 3-2 if he makes this 8-ball.
Yeah.
With just 11 minutes left. We have so much fun in the booth here. See, it's an exciting event to talk about it because there's so much going on.
There is a ton going on here, and one of my favorites of that you just don't see anywhere in tournaments is the shootout. And it's an invitational tournament, and it is 12 or 16 players depending on where we're at and what monsters are in it. But it's one of my favorite things to watch.
Yeah.
To see them all compete, single elimination, and to get to that shootout.
Fast pace.
Oh, yeah. 30-second shot clock, 15 seconds shot clock, and just watching them under pressure, and how cool. The cool cat is always going to come out on top in the end. The one who takes the pressure on the best is always going to come out. And I think that the next match that we're going to see, the Shane and Justin match, two very cool and collected players playing under a 30-second shot clock and then a 15-second shot clock, and they both keep their nerves under control, and it's just going to be a fantastic match the next match.
This arena will be full, but we have a pretty good match going on here too as well. It's
a close match.
It is a close match. Aaron Charlton is trailing by 1, but it is his break. The shootout format initially started as a 16-person invitation when we did the very first Ultimate Pool event in Louisiana. And since then, the demand for an opportunity in the shootout has risen so much that we've moved it to 24 players. Moved it to 24 players, and now so we have a preliminary round, and who knows, if the demand is more, we may even bump it up one more time.
Yeah, and it finishes in a day, correct? Oh no, 2 days now.
2 days. So
2 days
preliminary round, and then we have our final round.
Right. Well, looks like he's going to go for solids here. Bust out the 7. Yeah, give him a shot.
I think he can shoot the 4 ball.
Oh.
I hope he can. If he can't, he's in trouble.
Yeah. That's tough. Oh yeah, he can see it. Yeah. Oh, oof. That was
almost
close.
could not see
yeah. Any harder, that ball doesn't go. It's nice. I was sitting out in the crowd watching the shootout, and the people sitting directly behind the TV at the head of the table were sitting there, and they were just the happiest people they can be for being here and watching the stellar pool. You know, every round. They didn't move all night last night, and then I saw them back here today, and it was really nice to see that.
Are you talking about the group of guys that were sitting
with the girl?
Okay, so here's a funny story. They had no clue that this was happening. They didn't know any of the rules. They didn't know any of the players. They're beginner pool players. And as I was sitting there, I explained to them the format, the rules, what we were doing with the shot clock and the match clock, and they have since become fans. Now they are sitting at the head of the arena, literally just out of camera shot right now, and they are stacked up in the front row. There's like 7 of them, and they're having the time of their lives.
Yeah, and I think they got here early so they can get those seats, and they've been planted there all day. Yeah. This is, you know, they're just having a great time. And I love that. I love that pool reaches people and connects people because we all speak the language of pool.
Yeah, look at this. 15-second shot clock in effect, and it's now 3-3. You know, as you talk about that, a lot of people in the pool community like to debate, you know, how you can grow pool, how you can gain new fans.
Doing exactly what Ultimate Pool is doing.
I'm a little biased, but I'm going to go ahead and say that I don't think I've seen new fans gain the way this format has.
I agree. Like I said, every tournament, there is quite a few different women that I see, and there are a few that just follow Ultimate Pool, but you know, it's a beautiful thing to watch and to see the women come out and support women's pool and just pool in general, you know, and all the locals that come out to support Ultimate Pool. And you know, when can you go play in an event and have the stellar lineup of, you get a Skylar Woodward, you get a Shane Van Boening, you get a Johnny Archer, you get a Justin Bergman, you got a Tom Cousins, you got a Joe Prince, you got a Craig Waddingham,
Mike DeShane.
I mean, Mike DeShane. I mean, where can you go, you know, and really and see them all without going to a pro event? You just can't, you know, you just can't, no. And I'll tell you that, you know, this is, you know, I put this on my list every time I go home, you know, because you guys announce it for tournament where you guys are going to be at Knox. Yeah. And I go home and I work it out. I'm like, okay, I think I could do that. You know, I don't want to miss an event.
Well, hopefully there's a day where you never have to. That would be phenomenal. I know you enjoy it.
I do. I just love being, and you know what? Everybody from Ultimate Pool has been nothing but kind and nice and overwhelming supportive of, you could just tell how much they love pool, you know, and how supportive they are of it.
Yeah, we really do have a great team behind us. I can't say enough things about our entire production crew. Our other commentators, Simon Webb, Tony Holgate, as well as a few others.
Craig.
That's a crazy miss.
What did you do?
But our tournament director and league director, Jeremy Hunley. And then, of course, I can't forget our CEO and president, Scott Ryan and Jordan 𝙎𝙤𝙨. Those guys. 𝙎𝙤𝙨. Those guys are...
They're amazing.
They really are great people who just want to see American pool get better. And it's funny that the two British guys are the ones that are...
Look at that. Goodness. Look at that, Craig.
What a shot.
Come on.
That's going on the highlight reel. And that's the second kick that Craig Waddingham has made.
All off the rail, long rail. Unbelievable. Just under 7 minutes to go. 4-3. I believe Eric Charlton it's his break. Wow, what a kick.
Look how far out the 6-ball is.
That is unreal. Nothing but net. What a nice smile. He deserved it.
Yeah, that was a big shot there.
Yeah.
And Eric's got to be feeling like he's up against the wall a little bit. He's had some tough.
He's throwing the houses at him, and Craig's getting out of it.
Yeah, he's had some tough.
Had that wild 8-ball, 2 rails in the side. You know, and then he kicks that 6-ball in like it was sitting in the pocket. All right, we have a ball down.
Cue ball stayed up, and Eric knows that the time is not necessarily on his side. Here's an interesting note. That shot clock is not going to start until that cue ball stops spinning, and it did spin for quite a while.
Yeah, I like solids myself.
Well,
if you're going to hit it, hit it.
Yeah, we're not quite in the range where we're looking at like a 6-ball shootout or anything like that. Not just yet.
No, but it's looking like it looks like it could be headed that way. You know, let's say he finishes this rack off within the next minute.
Yeah, that puts it at 5 minutes. You're looking at 2 minutes per rack. If they trade racks, we are now at 1 minute left, tied 5-5. Barring a golden break or a golden duck, it would be very, very close.
Yeah, I heard Shane had 2 of them today. Or Justin had 2.
Justin Bergman had 2
golden breaks. Yeah.
Aren't you glad that's your Scotch Douglas partner?
Yeah, I should ask him. I should ask him where that's going to be at tomorrow night.
His break is wild.
And he tries to make it on the break.
Yeah.
Oh, Eric came up a little short on that.
Eric's going to have to cut this ball in the bottom right-hand corner, and it is thin, and your cue ball is moving towards the 11. You have to be careful about your cue ball here. Do everything you can to make sure it doesn't scratch.
Look at that. All right. Nice shot, Eric.
And Tina, you called it right at 5 minutes left on the match, and we are tied 4-4. Look at this cut. A little bit of bottom English yanks the cue ball over so it doesn't contact the 11. Wow. And Eric with a, well, really, it's the same face Eric always wears because he's always just happy to be here.
He is.
But
he's always smiling. I never see him say nothing negative about anything.
Yeah.
He's just a happy human in general.
He's a genuinely just a happy person, but yes. I'm sure he's a little extra on that one because we are now tied 4-4, 5 minutes remaining.
Oh, it's getting exciting.
It is getting exciting. This, as a commentator, sometimes in these situations, I have to kind of pinch myself and be like, this is my job.
This is your job, yeah. You get to do this.
And I'll never say I'm the best in the world, but I do enjoy my job quite a bit.
And you should. You're pretty good at it.
Well, I appreciate it.
All right, here we go. Craig breaking the 9th rack.
5 minutes, 1 second.
Tied 4-4. 15-second shot clock. The break off to come.
The 8-ball's not going down, but a ball did.
A couple balls, couple solids. Solids are beautiful.
So
yes,
good.
They do.
And really, the stripes don't look terrible. I definitely think I would probably.
You could take either one, to be honest with you.
I think because of where the 8-ball is, I like the solids, and that's what Craig believes as well. But neither one of them are really bad.
move that 12 out of the pocket. So the 8 ball has a full running pocket. Oh, he missed.
I think he's still okay because I think there's room enough to go to the rail and just kind of kiss off the 12 ball.
Yeah.
Kind of surprised he's...
I think I would have moved it personally, just to assure myself. Oh,
yeah,
out of line, out of line, out of line.
The 4 ball is going to be an interesting one. He's going to have to play a really good shot here.
I think he's just going to have to take his medicine and go back and forth and kind of put the cue ball right around where the 4 ball's at. You can't bring it back because the 12
if your cue ball's anywhere where the 4 ball is now, you're good.
Yeah.
He may try it. Yeah,
just like, yeah, just back and forth.
That's perfect.
Yep. Yep. Good shot.
This is also a very quick rack. We're approaching a minute and a half on this rack, which is a little above standard.
Well, when you make 3 balls on the break and all, and you know, they're kind of all sitting open.
Right.
All you have to do is pick them off one at a time. Nice out, Craig. He goes up 5-4.
Yep. Well,
getting down to it.
This is getting very, very interesting.
Yeah, he's saying right now anybody could have gotten out from there. Here we go. Once again, Eric.
Eric has struggled just a little bit on his break. He seemed to get it back together now, but he's going to have to do it at least one more time. Well, no.
Maybe 2 more times.
Well, actually, this would be his last break because it's a 5-4. He's going to break here.
Yeah, but if we go into a shootout with only 3 minutes left, I mean, I don't know if we can get 3 games in 3 minutes and 22 seconds. Maybe we can. Just
Craig's
depends
on the hill.
Yeah. But it could be. Oh, he does break on the hill.
Yeah, he's going to break on the hill, which is going to make. Oh, but he made this ball. Look at this. It's going to dress up real nice for him.
Yeah, I really like stripes here.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, they all connect. You know, you got your 2 little lonesome 11 and 14 at the bottom of the table, but I think you get your 9 down there, and you can use just about 15, 12. Anybody get down there, either side of the table, and you're getting on one of the 2 balls. So I think, yeah.
You just got to be careful to make sure you get the run out here, because if he were to miss, the solids aren't terrible, and Craig could 100% get out here and end the match a little early.
Yeah, I think he got a little straighter than he wanted to.
Just got to be mindful of his cue ball and mindful of a foul. We do play all ball fouls. Don't want to treetop over that one and nick it in any form or fashion, because he will give up ball in hand if he does.
Oh, he's playing the 9. No, Eric.
All right. Well, Craig Waddingham has
an open table with ball in hand.
2 minutes to run.
2 minutes to go.
Yeah, he's only going to make 5 more balls. 4 in the 8.
Yeah, none of them are tied. Oh, that just hurts. I hate to see bad things happen to good people.
Yeah. And while Craig, I'm sure, feels bad for him, he's feeling pretty good about himself. Yeah. Plenty of time to just take your out and win the match.
I think he's using the shot clock. I think he's using the, he'll call his timeout.
Yeah, so he uses his extension right there, and he's going to take all the time, because if he does miss, he wants to give Eric not a whole lot of time to try and tie it up. I don't think he's going to miss. I think he is good.
I think he's out. Little draw, put the 8 in the same pocket. Ooh,
Yeah, a little bump. Not sure if he wanted it or not, but I don't think it's going to matter. Craig Waddingham makes the 8 ball and is going to move on to the semifinals against Mr. Joe Prince. Tina, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, Stephen. Have fun.
It was a ton of fun, and we will get a word from Craig Waddingham with Simon Webb right after this.
Well, welcome back down to the arena. Another very dramatic match. It is Craig Waddingham that has come on through. Craig, congratulations. That was really just down to the wire. It could have, I mean, you must have been expecting a 6-ball when Eric was at the table there at the end.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, well, luckily for me, he scratched, but yeah, he played good. A couple of dry breaks here and there. I made a good kick and potted it and cleared up, and I think that changed the game really.
Yeah, that kick shot was huge, wasn't it? To really, kind of turn one round where you look like you're going to lose it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just guesswork for me, but luckily it works. So yeah, there we go.
It works more often than it doesn't. Gets you into a semi-final, 2 steps away from potentially winning a first big title out here.
Yeah, if people fall over, then hopefully I'll take what I can. But no, it's going to be a good game against Joe. He beat me in the final in Arizona, so I owe him one. So.
You do indeed, but he'll probably be hoping that it's the same as it was earlier on against Tom. But it's just a good fun battle for us to watch. Does it really matter who's inside the arena for you, or do you ever kind of think about the players and past form or anything like that?
No, you know me, don't you? So I just play the balls. If I get a chance, it's great, and then if not, I don't.
Well, so it's been really entertaining to watch. We're looking forward to that, but we've got to get the first semi-final out of the way first. We look forward to seeing when you come back out here in a couple of matches' time. And it is the semi-finals we are going to head to now. Justin Bergman and Shane Man Boening. This is going to be a belter.
My break tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. It combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on breaking, they can focus on accuracy, and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting before buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good, and they are consistent. They still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Just in time.
Well, that didn't take long. We are back and we have a monster match for you. It is Justin Bergman and Shane Van Boening. This is a match that we all want to see. It has the feel of a final, but it's not quite there. This is a semi-final match, and I'm super excited to be here with you. My name is Stephen Wyatt, and with me, the impeccable Simon Webb.
The tired Simon Webb right now. Been a long weekend. I'm thoroughly enjoying these matches, but I was engrossed with that last one, just that on the side of the arena watching it. Just felt for Eric. It was so exciting to watch. He gave everything out there, and you can see how much it meant to him. But it's still another good run for Eric. He'll be back. Craig Waddingham moves on. But how about this for a match?
And this is the match that everybody wants to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I think coming here, that this is when Shane was added into the lineup at the last tournament, and with everything that Justin's done, this is definitely one that people wanted to see, and we've got it here.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a wild thing that we didn't get it in Iowa. Of course,
Justin just didn't have his best game in Iowa.
Yeah,
no doubt. He said he's practiced a lot more for this event than he did, so expect him to play better. He's played better so far.
Something that me and Tina talked about is just how much fun a lot of these guys who maybe were out of pool a little bit are having in the ultimate pool format. And it holds true for Justin, and I think it holds true for Shane as well. Shane's really enjoying the format. He has a lot of fun with it. You see him smile a lot more than I ever have.
Yeah, he's enjoying himself. He's having fun. He enjoys being here. It's serious, but it's it's a little bit more light-hearted, and the venue and the atmosphere and everything else. It's just a good place to be, and he's embracing that.
And it's it's a game that he doesn't get to play very often. I mean, he loves 8-ball, and he gets to play it here, and he gets to play an exciting version of it.
Right now, though, all we can do is watch, because Justin Bergman has a pretty good layout here to finish off.
Shane came away in a nail-biter against Johnny Archer earlier, a rematch from our Iowa shootout final. Just came out ahead 6-5. He's gonna have another brawl on his hands with the iceberg Justin Bergman. And I think Justin tasted victory in the shootout a little while ago. It's been Colorado since he's had victory in the shootout, and he wants another one as he takes down rack number 1.
He's won everything. He's won every event. He's won the mixed. He's won the shootout. And he's won the open.
And now it's just adding more trophies and more money to his case. Let's see if Shane can hold his serve.
Certainly give it a good crunch. Needs a ball.
He got one.
He got a ball.
He breaks with so much power. Really gets those balls moving. Haven't seen him attempt a cut break to try and make the 8-ball though.
He was doing that a lot, wasn't he, in Des Moines? So much here.
Really wants to take the 7-ball. Toughest shot on the table, but if he makes it, he's really opened up to take care of this rack. It's just about execution now.
Yeah, they are all there, so it is just about connecting them and executing, as you say. And every match is new and fresh. Just get yourself going in the match.
Dealt with that one well. He got a little bit more angle than he wanted, but just able to bump into that.
Yeah, very smooth. Hardest shot he's had to play was the 7 to start off.
I was just about to say, this is the epitome of clean and smooth, the way he's ran this rack out. Just got to make the 8-ball.
No issues there. Both players off to very strong starts.
We saw earlier, we saw Kevin Guimond make the perfect match against Mike DeShane.
Mike made the run out of the match in there. It was incredible. 7 racks off the off the break, and just such a high quality. But then he's trying to do that match after match, very difficult.
Yeah, unfortunately, he fell. And Kevin Guimond has taken a loss now, so he's out of the shootout.
Did you know, I don't know if you heard the interview afterwards, that he's been trying to beat Mike 𝘎𝙤𝙤 for 20 plus years, and that was the first time he'd managed to do it.
I have not, but
which was amazing to hear, because Kevin's a great player.
That is
Mike is and has been one of the best for a long time.
I loved the last interview with Shane when he was just kind of talking about, this is how pool should be. That's so cool to hear.
8 balls flying, not going to fall, but he has made plenty. Racing themselves into the pockets.
They were fighting to go in one of those pockets. Five different balls tried to go in that right side pocket.
Attention call.
He's got such a great manner around the table, very distinctive, isn't he? You just always know it's Justin, the way he goes about it, great mannerisms. It's all about that kind of rhythm, isn't it, and feeling it. It's really, really cool to watch.
Yeah, I see a lot of Justin Bergman in the young man, Mr. Shane Petrick. He has a very distinct lineup on the ball. His pre-shot is the same every time. Justin does it the same way, and it's always fun to watch Justin. Might have traveled a little far for this one.
Yeah, just has drifted a touch bar.
What are you trying to do here on this 15 ball? Are you?
Well, you want to finish. Well, you don't mind finishing quite high on it, to use the bottom rail to come up onto the 8 ball. Good finish. So you've got quite a lot of margin of error. He's going to go the other way around. I assumed he was going to go up top left, but he's left too much angle, which is why he hasn't done it.
Takes the little bump on the 2 ball. Yeah, that's a good shot.
That wasn't the way he was originally planning. It was the other way around.
It's another good thing about these players is the ones who are constantly in the winner's circle are the guys who are adapting instead of trying to stick to their original pattern. That's the funny thing about 8 ball is Justin takes down rack number 3. The funny thing about 8 ball is there's generally a right pattern to go about, but sometimes there's a point where, I need to change this because if I don't, I'm going to run into more trouble.
Yeah, some interesting stuff with that. But just take a quick look at the bracket, how things have unfolded in the event so far. We've ended up with 2 very different semi-finals, but 2 fascinating semi-finals all the same. And the big names that we were anticipating. Skylar Woodward fell at his first hurdle against Craig Waddingham, who's gone on to make the semi-finals, play Joe Prince. That'll be our next match up. And some really close games along the way. We've had quite a few 6-ball shootouts, some tough battles out there. Shane himself come through a very tight match with Johnny Archer last time out.
And that match with Craig and Skylar was very, very close. Came down to the last rack, and it was a scratch on the break that cost Skylar his debut win in his first match.
Look at this layout.
Yeah, this is a little bit trickier.
There is work.
Solids are in trouble. So are the stripes.
Yeah, there's no good breakable. This is going to be very interesting to see how Shane attacks these. And you know he's going to attack here. It's just the way he plays.
I'm just wondering if he could maybe take the 2 ball. He's going to play it. Playing the combo or the safe?
Combo. Because if he makes the combo, then all of a sudden the strikes become a real option, because there is a good breaker ball for the one bad strike left in there. He hasn't landed on it nicely, and if he has to take it now, he's off angle, and he might have to take it now.
Anything wrong with taking this 14 to the bottom right corner, trying to save face for your angle?
Possibly. He's looking at the 10, so if he's got the angle to the 10, that's not bad.
Oh yeah, he can definitely see it.
So that helped.
And he's going to be able to set up very easy on the angle that he needs to pop that 13 out.
That was a very off-angle combo he had to come up with. That wasn't as easy as he made it look. Very easy to miss the ball altogether.
If he does indeed take the run out here, it will be a very, very good run out considering that first shot.
It's not ideal, but he has a shot.
And the question is, can he leave himself for that top right corner for the 14? He can. And he has.
Right in the heart of the pocket, and the perfect cue ball to go with it. How about this start? This is the best run out of them all so far, but 4 straight run outs with this 8 ball. And first 10 minutes of this match have been fantastic. High quality. Talking about patterns, Stephen, I did some filming with Skylar Woodward in our break, and just getting him to talk me through a few racks, his thoughts on patterns, and it is amazing to sort of hear some of the great players talking about it. And yeah, you can't get too fixated. He was very much kind of keeping his options open, always about attacking the bad ball as early as possible, and then once everything's open, then you find your pattern. But it has to evolve, because you can't always land perfect.
Me and Tina were just talking about this, is that if you've never been to an Ultimate Pool USA event, obviously you see what we have live here, but there's so many fun elements behind the scenes most people don't know about that happen. We do some amazing content in our arena. We have a ton of fun on these breaks that we take.
Yeah, it's definitely, if you ever have one in the area you're watching from, then do your best to come and watch it live, because it's a lot of fun in venue.
Nothing like the first-hand experience of Ultimate Pool USA. That's okay if you're out there watching. So you see Justin here. He makes a ball. This is going to be another interesting one here. Can he get to the 9 ball to play it? He can. So there's a little bit of room there, right?
A little bit.
It's all going to depend on these first 2 or 3 shots.
Nicely done with the first.
He's going to be able to play the 13 ball and just nudge that 9 ball. Just got to be careful.
Yeah, he could end up a little funny out there if he plays that shot. Not guaranteed. It's likely to come out really well for him. Knocking 9 towards the corner. Having options to the right side, and probably the right side most likely. Oh, but he misses the pot. First mistake in the match. He got the breakout perfectly, but forgot about the most important bit, which was the ball to be pocketed.
Yeah, that's it wasn't an extremely difficult shot, but he was so focused on bumping that 9 ball carefully. Maybe he just took his eye off the ball just a tad.
Played it quite a bit of English as well, and probably just reflected a bit more than he was expecting.
Ooh. He snuck away with one there. That could have ended up really bad.
Really bad.
Still got a little bit of trouble here with the 3 and the 4. he can break that out right now, but I'm not quite sure what the right way to break it out is.
Got one. He was hoping to get both, because he's thinking if he gets that slightly thicker cannon, then he pops both into play. He's a little bit unfortunate because that was nearly perfection. But he's landed okay to have another angle to break out. Decided he didn't need to.
Just wondering if he thinks he can slide this 3 past, not past the 9, but kind of follow it in.
No, I think the reason he didn't go into it there, because he could have gone into it, but he would have been going into it from the middle of the table, is he'd be knocking it down towards the corner pocket that is covered. Whereas now he's thinking about trying to go into it from underneath.
Coming off that side rail and kind of pushing it up
coming in,
table.
taking the 4 and coming 2 railed into the 3 and pushing it up the table was what he was thinking. He obviously didn't like the angle because he's gone away from it, but he definitely lined it up. Oh, he goes. That's not a problem then. Oh, that did look
I was
tight,
going
though,
to say
didn't
it wasn't a guarantee. I think it could have gone, but
yeah, it's just how,
a little bit
how
tough.
confident he was to plan it, because he did have other ways to deal with that. It's quite a big target of 2 rails to go into it from underneath. If he was at all worried that wasn't going to squeeze in, then I think he'd have played the breakout, so he's fully confident.
Does 9 ball still go?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, 2 big misses, and they're each player's first miss, so we're still on that holding serve. This was Justin's break if he can get out here. 13 ball does not go in the top left, so he's going to have to play to the side. Shouldn't be a problem.
He'll be thrilled. When you make a mistake in your break in a match of this quality, semi-final, you're expecting to next touch the table at 4-2 down. So the fact he gets a second opportunity here to go in front, very positive about that.
Especially when you're playing somebody who has a lot of experience being around, playing with in some team events, and as well as just, he kind of grew up watching the Shane era and playing the Shane era. So
4 times they were teammates on the Moscone Cup. Been a while, Justin said, since they played each other. Quite a while. But a few good battles years ago. Teammates 4 times.
Including a winning year just not too long ago.
Mind you, Shane's played so long, he's been on a lot of teams with a lot of players.
17 times,
17, maybe? I think, is the number. Yeah.
Mike DeShane, one of those players.
Yeah.
Johnny Archer, I believe one of those players.
Yeah, Johnny, yeah, for sure.
And Shane's got to be a little annoyed about the situation, but the good news is he didn't give up anything on his break, so he can still, keep this very, very competitive. Especially if he keeps breaking like that. Jeez.
Look at the power. The balls are still going. He really got this one.
And he's just got a small little issue down there with that 7-14. Gonna have to find a way to make that work. I think the 14 goes in the bottom right.
I think it's easier to deal with the solids.
Especially if he could play a combo, playing that, maybe that 2 into the, well, he can't play the 2 anymore, I don't think.
Well, he was playing on it, that's the problem.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe a little bit rushed in the end. Where he ended up playing it.
Here's an interesting one. He can cut the 6 ball. I know it's thin, but he has a lane. And potentially pop the 7 ball.
I was going to say that was his breaker, so he Have to play a very good shot to do that from here. What's he got for us? He spotted something.
He's trying to play that combo down, and I think he felt good about it with where the 14 ball is. If he leaves the cue ball on the bottom rail, you never really feel great about it when Justin Bergman's at the table.
Be a challenging out for Justin Bergman.
When we were originally talking about the rack, I do believe that the 14 goes in the bottom right, and you could use the 10 to just roll up. It is very tight, though. Oh, that's all changed.
Trying to rearrange it. It's not gone to plan. Didn't quite get into where he wanted to. He was a little bit out there.
Attention call.
Playing safe.
Yes, a little safety, a little loss of turn, hide the cue ball. Yeah. Job well done.
That one ball is very protected up there. The 6 ball is touching, so if Shane tried to counter safe, he would have to hit a rail after contact with the 6 ball. He's not going to play it though.
Might play the kick shot on the 2.
I think he can make it.
Probably if it, no, I don't know. I think he has to kick it. Might be able to cut it.
Might be able to cut all the way up.
I could see enough to bank it. Just doesn't get the line right.
Yeah, but it was all about cue ball control, I think, there.
He would have been happy for it to go in, but look at the cue ball, because if it goes in, he's got an angle he can work with up the table. And if it doesn't, he leaves Justin in a tough spot.
Does this 14 go through the gap? There's no way.
Justin's going to have a look.
It does. How crazy is that? A little clip on the 8 ball, but it would have gone.
It sticks the 8 in the mix as well. What a rack we've got here. Level of importance is high.
This is a good old-fashioned Ultimate Pool USA time-killing rack.
Happy. It's gone a bit too far. Probably about 6-8 inches too far on that one.
The scary part about this is just moving your cue ball towards the 8 ball.
Oh, he did hit the gap. That is brilliant. Didn't look like it was on. That's why he was shaking his head. That was an excellent recovery shot.
8 ball goes in the top left. SVB can still hold on to his break serve. It's going to be a good 8 ball if he makes it. Very thin cut.
And it goes though with that ball square with 10 to play. The rest of this match we played at 15 seconds a shot.
Well, we knew this was going to be a crazy match, but when he just shot, he missed the 8 ball. That's so good. Shane with the face. It's the face you see pretty common with Shane. He's going to be his biggest critic, but I think he knows that he's stole back his rack a little bit with the out he just made.
Both the last 2 racks could have gone either way. In the end, they've gone with the breaker.
And as you said, after the break shot, we will be playing at 15 seconds, and things are going to get very tense. You cut that shot clock in half, it just changes the energy in the room.
More movement on the 8 ball. Doesn't threaten on this occasion. He makes a couple of balls.
What we haven't seen from Justin in this match that we've seen in a couple others is that 8 ball going into the pocket, golden break, and
I feel very good about this layout. Everything's open.
there's not much that can cause a problem.
You can kind of almost see his thinking around the table here.
And he's gonna make the circle.
Yeah.
Just gonna make the circle. That's when you know you've got a good layout and you just don't have to do much. Toughest shot of the out is simply going to be playing the 7 ball and making sure that he gets a shot on the 8 ball. And he is able to make the 7. Just needs to make the 8 here. There it is. It is 4-3 Justin Bergman. But it hasn't been a perfect match. It started off that way. Both players running into a few roadblocks. They were able to work their way out of it. And here we are, 4-3 with 8 minutes left. SVB breaking.
Crunching break again.
I almost feel like that one might have been just a little bit too powerful.
He's got a layout he'd be happy with. I'm not sure. I mean, solids might have been his choice, but he may not have a good at first option. But I don't think stripes are too bad. Bit more work at the top end. 9's a little bit away unless it goes down to the bottom left corner.
I think it does.
If it does, then there's no issues.
Yeah, this is a pretty clean run. At first glance, it looked a little bit messier, but really it laid out pretty well.
But the fact that these 3 at the top didn't need any movement, the fact that 12 passes the 2 makes things a lot easier there at the top end on the stripes.
Really, Dane's never really been a fast or slow player, but when you think about the fact that this rack started at 8 minutes 11 seconds, this is going to be right around the minute and 15-second mark. Very quick clearance from SVB. 4-4. 6 minutes, actually just under 7 minutes left to play.
He's had to play catch up all the way through the match. Keeps going a rack behind, keeps responding. Both players have won an Ultimate Pool USA shootout event before. One of these 2 great players will be into another final.
break. 4x1.
Justin will fear the worst if he comes up dry here. Both players need 2. Keep an eye on the match clock. 6:53 as well. 8 ball. Wow, that did go for a ride quick.
I'll tell you, it made me jump out of my chair a little bit, the way it came out of that rack.
Like a rocket. He's made another ball and the solids look good. I think he'd have no issues if he decided to go stripes as well. I think the combo is fine top right. He's gone for the solids.
Attention calls.
I'm actually a little bit surprised with the way these were laid out that he has gone solids, but he's seen his route. At 15 seconds a shot, you see your route and you take it. You can't have time to second guess yourself. I'm not saying he would have done. It's just you've just got to flow. Just take what you see.
He hit that one with a very confident stroke. 2 ball is his only issue, and he'll be able to deal with it here, I believe. And just going to take his medicine, leave himself a little bit tougher of an angle. Actually works out well to just be able to roll back up for the 1.
Such good cue ball. Absolute perfection there. Quarter turn low of straight. Exactly what he wanted. And no mistakes with the easy 8 ball. He's got such a lovely technique. We talked about the way he sort of flows around the table. It's amazing if you ever get to just see the way he holds the cue with his backhand. It's so light and delicate. Barely holding it. It's amazing to watch. That allows him to have real good touch and feel out there. Very good at those little touchy, floaty shots.
Yeah, Justin's one of the only players I've ever seen that can play every single shot as just the nice, smooth float shot. He can also play it where he rips it 4 rails around the table and gets perfect shape.
Yeah.
He has the ability to do both, which is a very dangerous combination when you are at the table like this. It's very dangerous for your opponent. SVB's got to be feeling a little bit of heat here. This will be his last break of the match.
8 ball, not going to reach.
Oh, look at this.
Oh my word.
There's 4 stripes on the table. Thought there was 3 for a second. Oh man.
Yeah, what's he made there? 3 stripes and 2 solids.
Making 5 on the break. I mean, it's a little insane. Needs to just be careful to not follow this ball in. You don't want the 9 ball to fall too.
And it has. He's okay.
Oh, he came in okay.
Yeah.
Very good shot there.
Yeah, very quick and easy. Or certainly made to look easy, but it doesn't take account the situation in the semi-finals of the Boston Shootout. And he's a mistake away from being eliminated, but he got the job done. Hands the table back over to Justin Bergman.
And really now all the pressure is on Justin. He's got to break, he's got to make a ball, because both these guys have played immaculate. So really all Shane has to do is sit in his chair and wait. Justin, however, has to execute at the table to get the win. It is hill.
Yeah, you'd rather be in Justin's shoes than Shane's, though. You'd rather have the break, and that's where the lag can be so important here.
Absolutely.
He wins the lag, so he gets this opportunity at 5-5. Hill. 4 minutes and 2 left to play.
8-ball didn't move at first, got him with a kick. You get a ball down.
Looks like he's got a challenge in the top right corner of the table.
Yeah, I think the 1-ball plays, the 3-ball does too. And your stripes are a little messy, but do you have an opening shot? Maybe the 3-ball on the solids?
I was thinking stripes may be the option, but he's looking solids as well.
I think that 9, 14, 15 is just a little funny.
It looks like 3-ball combo would have been fine there, but he's gone solids.
Solids in play.
Along the opening shot.
2-ball passes the 10-ball, I believe, so no issues really there. This is a tough one here.
Cue ball, where's it going? Ball's okay. Riding his luck on that one.
But I think it's going to work out for him. He's got a really nice setup here to just kind of stop. Really here, if you're SVB, you didn't do much wrong other than lose the lag.
Yeah, it's that one rack where he had an opportunity to punish Justin. What would that have been for 3-2, and he didn't take it. Incredible match where every single rack has gone with a breaker. And Justin Bergman had more breaks, and he wins the match. He books his place in the Boston Shootout final, eyeing up another shootout title as Justin Bergman. Shane Van Boening will not repeat the shootout victory in Des Moines. He'll be back for the Open tomorrow, but it is Justin Bergman that'll be back for the shootout final later on tonight. We're going to hear from him after the break, and then we are going to move on to find out who he will play in the Boston Shootout final. Stay with us.
Over 175 years of billiards history, tradition, and expert craftsmanship, Brunswick is a name synonymous with our game, which makes it the perfect partner for Ultimate Pool USA's vision of fun, fast, and exciting pool for the players all across the United States. Brunswick, Ultimate Pool USA's official table partner.
I hope you all enjoyed that one. I certainly did from the commentary box. Let's find out if Justin Bergman enjoyed it himself. Justin, what a match that was. That was so much fun for us to watch. Brilliant quality, plenty of drama.
Yeah, I knew we were going to go hill right when it was like 2-2. You could just kind of tell he was breaking good, I was breaking good, and you know it was going to be a close match.
I mean, I guess you just know when you're playing Shane, and Shane would know when he's playing you, that you've got to take your chances when they come along. And it was an amazing match that every single rack went with the person that was breaking.
I know, yeah. That's how it's supposed to go, you know. But it went that way. You could kind of tell the table was breaking good. The layouts were, open. So
it was just a couple of racks in the middle where they weren't run outs from the break, and those two were probably the key racks. But the rest, there's nothing that either of you could do other than just take out great finish after great finish.
Yeah, we both, I think, made one mistake. Yeah. Other than that, we played pretty perfect. But
yeah, absolutely. It was an absolute treat to watch. But it gets you into another shootout final, eyeing up another title.
Heck yeah, I'm trying.
You obviously didn't go quite as well as you wanted to in Des Moines, but you said you put a little bit more time in for this one, and it looks like it's paying dividends already.
Yeah, definitely. You got to put the work in, or this game's too hard if you don't practice.
You make it look easy. Look, we're looking forward to seeing you in the final. Best of luck in the Maxwell 2's time. And we're going to find out who Justin will play in that final. We've got an all-English battle coming up. Joe Prince and Craig Waddingham after the break.
And welcome back to Boston. Craig Waddingham, the Silver Sniper, waiting patiently. He's going to be up against Joe Prince. He's eliminated Tom Cousins earlier this evening. And this is going to be, well, a very tough match to call on Tony Holgate. And with me, Kobe Japp has returned to the commentary box.
Yeah, excited to be back. And excited for this match. I have a long-standing history with Joe. We've played just about every time we've been here, so every tournament I've been at, we played.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredibly exciting match. 8 balls on its way to that corner, but then the cue ball got there before it, but didn't drop in.
He didn't hit his patented head ball break from the first time and first time.
Oh yeah, definitely. Craig Waddingham's come through some tussles along the way.
Yeah, and I mean, it seems like they both have. They both kind of grinded through tough matches. Yeah. Joe was down 4-1 playing Lucas.
Yeah, and he suddenly flicked a switch and then went into overdrive. Craig, well, he's won a 6-ball shootout against David Pompenik yesterday. He's come through by the skin of his teeth against Skylar Woodward. Again against Eric Charlton in the quarterfinal, and it's just, well, can he do it once again? I wouldn't bet against him. Well, he's got that one wrong. Well, he tried to go cushion and into the 5 and into the pocket, and he's put in the face. He thought that would skid a little bit more off that cushion.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, looking from here, it looked like it went clean in, but a lot easier from this side, for sure. Well, they're laid out pretty well, Tony. There's not much to commentate on here.
No, well, that's why I didn't say anything, because it's basically this rack is over.
Yeah, and I mean, a big opportunity, for Craig, and a big one to get back. I mean, it just, as the tournament has moved on, there's been, the caliber of play has moved up and up and up. I mean, the last match with Shane and Bergman with, basically flawless.
In goes the 8, Joe Prince. Goes back to his corner after winning the first rack. To stare. He is absolutely pumped for this semi-final.
He definitely puts on a different mask when he's in the chair, in the arena versus outside. You don't see him not smiling, talking.
Justin Bergman awaits the winner of this.
Yeah.
And that'll be right up after this semi-final, and that will be the final, obviously.
Justin's won a shootout, hasn't he? I know he's won Open.
Yeah, he's done it all. He's won the mix with Tina Larson.
Yep.
Justin, Mr. Consistency.
He is.
Didn't have a great Iowa, but that's what the man is like. He knows how to bounce back.
Yeah, and it really seems like every event is getting stronger and stronger. You see bigger players, especially from the States, coming in. More people coming from overseas.
Yeah, it's starting to snowball. But it's such great events.
Yeah.
He's taken 15 down. Ooh. Did not expect that. And just look at the layout. He knocks that ball in. That's the rack done. But now he's going to get done, because Craig Waddingham, no way in the world is he going to miss these now.
See, and that's where these tables, the pockets are big, but when you play them at that pace, if it has enough pace to rattle a couple times in the pocket, they rattle out, just how the angles are, how the angle is cut on the pocket.
You look at this now, Kobe, so you're looking to take these 3 at the bottom, just get on that 11 ball in the side pocket, and you've got the 9, 14, 8 balls dead over the other side pocket.
Yeah, I think you don't need to get in between the 2 and 3 gap, or get any kind of crazy angle on the 11 with where the 9 is. Anywhere.
So this is all about now getting on the 11 from the 15.
Yeah, and shots like this can sometimes be intimidating because there's no bailout, right? If you didn't happen to get there, that you're not gonna, get on the 9 or the 14, so you have to get there. But played it great.
Yeah, happily for Craig. He's in perfect position, great shape. 9, 14, 8. Perfect. Potts should probably screw this. No, Craig.
Yeah, and he might
into the 1 ball.
Draw into the 1, yep.
And that levels things up here in Boston.
So in the UK, is it the same match times?
Our tour, they start off, there's 50-minute matches, but they're races to 8.
Oh, okay.
So that's the Ultimate Pool Professional Tour. But there are matches like we have the Last Man Standing. They're more like this.
Okay.
The shootouts have the Golden Break. We have the Golden Break in the Last Man Standing. But in the tour, we don't have the Golden Break.
Gotcha.
That's taken away. So the professional tour with all the ranking points, they don't have Golden Break.
Is the Last Man Standing a separate event that's before the main event as well? Kind of similar structure?
That has its own weekend. We just had it actually was it 2 weeks, about 10 days ago, in Spots and Stripes, which is a lovely venue in Red Hill in Surrey, which is not very far from London.
Spots and Stripes, you mean Solids and Stripes, right?
But the club's called Spots and Stripes, yeah. In England, they do call them Spots and Stripes, and that's hence the name of the club. And there's two of them. There's one in Red Hill and there's one nearer London. And the one that's nearer London is where Joe Prince, he actually works in there, manages the place, and that's where he practices.
Yeah, and they set up an American table for him, right? A 7-foot Rasson, I believe.
There's a few American tables, and they've got some 9-ball. Got Rassons,
yep.
Rassel Apollos, which we play on. And I know for a fact the one in Red Hill in Surrey has just had, or about to have, a bar box Brunswick in there for a certain lady player who won the British Open over there called Mary Talbot, for her to start practicing on, with a view to Mary turning up here.
Wow, I like
in
that.
the USA for Ultimate Pool USA. Well, whenever she's ready to come. So that is a player to look out for in the US.
Yeah,
soon to come.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
Yeah, well, she's an ex-professional lady snooker player. She's turned to pool now, playing on the Ultimate Pool Ladies Tour, Ladies Pro Tour, and she's, like I say, already this season she's won the British Open. She's a fabulous talent. Yeah, she'll be very competitive over here, that's for sure. Anyway, Craig Waddingham.
How do you play this combo here? Do you play it
stop the white dead, play it softly.
Yeah, and held it just enough. Just it's easy that one to get away from me a little bit, and it ends up rolling a little further towards the 3, or cue ball floats down. Does the 3 get him in trouble here? Or do you think he can just draw straight away from it?
The thing is that you can see he has an angle, but he could steal a bit of the pocket as well. But it's just the amount of traffic.
No, and just kept it simple. Like
That's
that.
clever. He's looked at it and thought, I won't even bother trying to get through all those solids. I'll leave myself a guaranteed shot. He's backing himself to pot this. Cut it in the corner. Slowly, cue ball comes round for the 8 in the same bag. As long as you don't glue to the 6.
From my perspective, he's one of the better ball makers, just pure potters that I've seen around.
That is horrible. Tree topped over the 6. We try and make the 8 in the top left.
Oh,
he's overcut it.
Yeah.
He will be absolutely fuming, because if he drops anywhere else but near that 6 ball, that's an easy shot.
But the shot on the 10, those ones particularly, are really, really hard to hold and hard to judge. And you try and do that little kill speed, to kill it, but it's just hard to gauge.
Yeah.
And it's easy for it to get away.
So Craig Waddingham.
Referee table 8, please. Referee table 8, please.
What looks to be a simple mop-up job.
He's got to go a little bit, right?
Yeah, twice now he's been a bit short.
Is he on the 3? And there's no way the 7 goes past.
I don't think it's on the 3, no. There you see by that angle from our cameraman. But it's quite a thin cut with the 7 back into that side.
Cut back in the side.
Oh, I don't know. He'll have to play it.
Yeah, either that or back cut it in the, bottom right corner. Yeah, and a good shot there. Good recovery.
The fact that these balls were pretty easy for Craig, that he's made a bit of a meal of them. It's okay now, though, and he's going to wrap up this third rack.
It looks like did he switch to an American cue? I thought he was playing with the snooker cue for the longest time.
Yeah, he has changed. Well, to be fair, himself and Tom Cousins do keep swapping cues about. In goes the 8. Craig Waddingham edges in front of Joe Prince.
Those ones where you make it a little tougher than it should be. They feel good to get through, to get across the line on it still.
It started with the first shot, he was short, and then it's trying to get back into the correct position. And you're fighting to finish it at the end of it. But he got over the line. He is just thinking about how come I didn't just land that cue ball in that nice big gap.
Yeah, and he got weird before, to play the 6 ball. He didn't get on the 4 down table when he could have.
He could put his hand flat. It'd have been a very easy 8 ball.
Yep.
Instead, it turned out to be. There's bridging over, but he was stretching and bridging over as well because the cue ball's right in the middle of the table, which made it doubly hard.
Yeah. And Joe's not the tallest either.
No. If you're Del Sim, you're happy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That looks dry.
See, and that's where, on any of the outside tables, most times the 2 balls behind the head ball are going to go in the side there. But on this table, it's just slicker and, it's pushing them up further. So they're both missing high, and then the other balls that typically, have a chance to go just don't seem to. Unless you're Shane and you're breaking them 8 million miles an hour and just exploding them, right? Small issues with the 3 ball, or do you think the 3 goes by the 11?
I don't like the 3 past the 11 off 3 going to the side pocket though. If you got straight behind the 2.
Yeah, and he'd like to be on it now if he is. If he's straight on the 2 now, can roll down and then play the 3 on the side.
The thing is, he doesn't want to come down here and then have to come back up for that 1 ball.
Right.
But he can just draw the cue ball straight back off the side rail and get into that position. That's okay.
Yep. Do you still play to roll down, play it in the side, or do you try and bump into it?
I think you can slow roll through.
Richard Howard, Eric Yergren, 2-1. Richard Howard, Eric Yergren, 2-1.
Yeah, and I like that. It gives you the corner as well. And he's a little closer to it than he'd like to be, but easy to jack up here and then just draw back and play the 7 in the corner.
Yeah, I think he has to play the 3 in the corner now, rather than the side pocket. Like you say, Cody, just draw that cue ball back and have the 7 next.
Damn it. Yeah. Sure trying to leave himself treetopped a lot.
Well, if he was playing to be on the 6, you were always going to be there unless you really hold of the cue ball. Because you're so close to the 3, just wasn't feasible to do it. I think he has to play the 7. Because even if he played the 6, he's not there to hold the cue ball for the 7. Anyway, he has to play this way round. Might kick into it.
Oh, weird little roll at the end there off the spot.
It fell off the spot.
Yeah, and kind of tricky here. Do you really kind of power it and try and spin around the bottom of the 10 and go short rail up around, or run into the 10? Oh, wow.
Well, it's a cue ball. It's not going in, but is he going to be able to see the 8?
I think he is not.
Ooh. If he can only just get through to snip the side of it. I don't think he can make enough of it to pot it. AC calls the extension because he knows he's not going to be doing anything very quickly now.
One of my favorite things with Ultimate Pool is no jumps.
No,
it is a big difference maker for a lot of players.
Yeah, he has to play the swerve. You can see he's digging down on the right hand side of that cue ball, trying to bend the cue ball.
Wow.
Oh, that was close. That was unlucky.
I thought he made it the whole way. Those swerves are so hard to judge.
The fact that the ball was spinning to the right has squared the angle up there when it contacts the 8. Spinning in the other direction, it would have probably pushed it into the pocket.
Yeah, it's going to complement and throw it in, right?
But then you can't play it spinning in the other direction because you've missed the ball completely. But so it's neither here nor there. But Craig had a bit of a let-off. And now he's in perfect position. Looking to go 3 racks to 1 in front. Justin Bergman is waiting in the final for the winner of this, which will be straight after this match.
So what do you feel like the biggest differences are comparing like the Ultimate Pool in the UK versus here?
Well, the table for 1, ball size 2, tip size 3, reaction off the rails 4.
Is that where you see, like, where do you see it make the biggest difference for players? Like, it's hard to say, there's no Americans that have went over there and really tested it, but vice versa.
No, that's the thing.
You see it a lot.
Until one of you guys does come over, and you would be welcomed with open arms, by the way, to play on one of the tours. It's hard to sort of gauge it, but you'd have to play the game differently. So when you play on these tables, you leave yourself angles like cuts down rails. You let the cushion do the work for the cue ball. In the UK game, you want to be behind balls down cushions, and you've got to play them at a certain weight because the pockets are obviously tighter.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's also with the English game, the cue ball is slightly smaller than the object ball, whereas it's the same size.
Inch and 7/8 and then inch and 15/16 or something for the object balls. And the perspective is hard to understand until you're looking at them side by side. I was mind blown when I first saw them. I thought it was a toy cue ball off of a toy table.
Just for you at home, that Kobe Chap has just got hold of an English cue ball that there's 4 of them in the commentary box here in a bag, and he just picked it up and he thought it was a toy.
I thought it was a gag cue ball, and it had red dots on it, and I thought, instead of a measles cue ball, I thought it was a chicken pox. So shows what I know.
So where'd you go here then, Kobe?
I think you have to take solids. Really, I mean, everything's somewhat open. If the 7 goes in, I don't know if the 7 goes in the side, but in any case, it goes in the corner. 6 ball goes in the corner by the 2. If you have to combo it, I mean, solids really don't look too bad at all.
I think that's why he does it. He's play the combo with a 6 on it.
I totally agree. If you can shoot stop here and then play the 7 in the side, roll up and play the combo, or even here, this is great.
has to play it now. That's the only shot on the board for me.
Yeah, and really, I think you kind of hope that you make both of them. If you don't, it's not a huge deal.
Yeah,
but
you don't have to be too accurate with the 6, as long as it gets in. Well, he's done exactly what you said. Make both of them.
A little awkward here. I mean, nothing unmanageable.
This is huge for Craig as well. This, you know, to go 4-1. A cushion of 3. But we've seen Joe Prince behind before.
He has no give up button, that I know.
No. But he's going to have to find that gear. And find it right now as Craig Waddingham does go 4 racks to 1 in front.
And that was on Joe's break.
Yeah. That doesn't look like the cold stare we had earlier. That's more of a, I don't know, is that a resigned face of, I don't fancy it, another comeback?
It's hard when you're sitting in that chair and you're looking at the match clock, and then you're also wondering, you know, like, I have to fade 2 or 3 of their breaks as well. You know, there's just so much out of your control. Yeah, the match clock is an element that it's hard to understand until you're in it, and you,
of course,
you play it.
Yeah, we have players over the UK that really don't like the old 15 seconds, even though they're top professionals.
Oh, really?
It does, yeah. It throws them. Well, it's not their normal style, you know. And rather than adjust to it, it sort of becomes a bit of a panic.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of players, you know, because there's 99% of tournaments in America, there's no shot clock. No. And for a lot of people, it helps them. Maybe not 15 seconds, that's, you know, very quick, but 30, 45 seconds even, you know, it helps them from that overthinking stage, you know, where you're in analysis paralysis and thinking of 2 different options and neither of them work. But yeah, 15 is very tough. Now, do you think if he can play the 11, bump into the 6, and get on the 13, that would be the probably ideal, right?
Yeah, and I think he's done just that. Needed that bump on the 6 as well, just to push the cue ball over far enough so he can make this pot into the bottom left-hand corner. Do you play this at pace?
I do, yeah. I play it at, you know, a good punch pace. That was the other thing, you know, with that punch pace, you're moving that forward a bit more. Man, I think he has to break into that.
Let's play that well.
Yeah, and it looks like it just cleared to where it goes inside now too.
You just heard that little bell, which signals 15 seconds of shot now as well.
Is he playing this in the corner? No, he did get it inside. See, and this is one on these tables that can be tough, you know, where you want to really hit it with that right-hand spin and spin to the other side, and it just doesn't take it as much. So.
Did not want that bump onto the 4. He was trying to come around the back of those.
Yeah, and I think you got a kick here.
Yeah, he's going to try and make this in the side pocket.
Is he kicking 2 rails?
No, he just has to try and just miss the 2 ball. He's hit the 2. He was trying to cut that into the side.
Yeah, of course. It just looked like the angle was, which it did end up hitting the 2, but it almost looked like he was taking the angle to go into the long rail.
So Craig then looking to play off the 8.
Another big opportunity.
7 off the 8. The 8 kicks a 2 ball up to the top of the table. Well, in fact, he's made them both. And this will put Craig on the hill. And can you see any way back for Joe? I can't. I think the wheels have come off now. The way he sort of slumped in his seat, the body language tells me he's cooked his goose. Craig Waddingham looking purposeful. In goes the one ball.
Yep.
8 side pocket now, and this for 5-1. Craig Waddingham. In it goes. Waddingham is on the hill, 1 away from the shootout final. And the date with destiny against Justin Bergman.
Now, Craig, he's made the finals in the Open, correct? I don't know. How has he done in the shootouts?
Not made a final yet. So this would be his first shootout final. I think he's done great in the shootouts. I think that's basically because when he gets here, he has a practice for, you know, they can get it the day before the tournament starts, and then he sort of slowly builds into it while he sort of gets used to the tables and how they're playing and playing this game again, with this version of the game. And he's come through some pretty big players as well tonight. He wasn't seeded either, Craig, so he did play yesterday.
That was a little surprising to me.
Well,
he
he played Damien Pompernick, and that went to a 6-ball shootout as well. So this effectively would be his, when you look at it, his most comfortable win.
Yeah, every other match went to a shootout or went hill-hill.
Hill-hill with Skyler.
Yep.
Just amazing how the worm can turn from one match to the next. Joe Prince was in fine form against Cousins, played well all day, and he's kept falling over the last couple of balls.
Yeah, and it's just small hinges swing big doors. You know, one small missed angle, and now you're scrambling, and it's easy for the wheels to fall off.
Nice.
I can attest to that.
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
A little bit awkward there.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Whichever way he goes,
when he's jacked up, you'd hate to, go underneath the 3-ball and end up there.
Because that 3 goes,
and he did get a little bit of.
It goes in the top.
Yeah, and the 4 would have went too.
Not only that, he's going to leave. He can stop the white dead.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he'll be on the 4-ball. Yep. So basically, this.
But another. Little bit behind it, and he just as easily could have been hooked behind it on the other side of the 3. Just a tricky shot, but played it well.
All he's got to do is roll this in. He's going to leave himself an 8 up into the top left-hand corner. That's in.
Yeah, good shape there.
And it's come past the 15, so it's not going to be hampered. This for the match in a place in the final. In it goes from Craig Waddingham. Comprehensive victory against Joe Prince. Didn't quite happen for him tonight. Couldn't find the form he found against Cousins, but Craig Waddingham will be in the final against Justin Bergman. When we come back, we're going to hear from Craig.
final is set, and it's going to be Craig Waddingham taking on Justin Bergman. Before we get through to the final, though, let's get a few words with Craig. First of all, congratulations. A little bit of revenge for the final a few weeks or a few months ago it is now, but a very solid performance.
Yeah, I owed him one for sure. Joe broke down, I think, 3 times in 3 finishes, which is you can't afford to do against anybody in these fields. So a few dry breaks, and yeah, revenge is sweet.
I feel like you've just gone through the rounds here. It's like you've just, just small little bits and pieces, but it feels like you're really starting to find your feet and find the real form right now at the right time.
Yeah, without sounding arrogant, I don't feel like I've played yet, so it's... listen, I'll get there. It's just give me time, but I'll get there.
You had an open final. We just talked about that against Joe. Now you're in a shootout final. You are knocking on the door. It is good to see. And you've got Justin Bergman in the final as well, which is always going to be a matchup that a lot of people here want to watch.
Yeah, he's a class act, obviously. He's one of my favourite players to watch as well. So hopefully, I don't get a lot watching him to watch, but hopefully he's watching me. But no, it'll be a tough final. So fingers crossed for me, eh?
Yeah, well, best of luck. We're going to let you shoot on and get yourself ready for the final. And we're going to bring in Scott Ryan, the Ultimate Pool USA CEO, for a few words. As has now become tradition. Scott, thanks for coming in.
How are we going, Simon?
I'm very, very good. We always tend to have a chat at this time of the shootout events. We always like to look back at what's going on, how the state of Ultimate Pool and Ultimate Pool League is right now. So, how are you?
Do you know what? It's been an unbelievably busy time, but just to see kind of the growth and the people embracing Ultimate Pool USA, it's nothing short of amazing. And the more venues I visit, the more people I speak to, the USA is really embracing our league format, which, is fantastic.
It's one of the things that you're doing is travelling around, trying to meet players, try and build the league up. The league is growing. It feels like the atmosphere is growing, and you're obviously doing a lot of travelling around. Are you really feeling that on the ground and in the pool halls?
Absolutely, and kind of the biggest part of it is people are having fun, and one of the things that kind of I've really noticed, particularly with a few leagues that I've visited fairly regularly, we've got a lot of young people playing, which is really, really fantastic to see. And the format is out there improving people's games on a daily basis. And I maintain this. I said it from the start. Part of my responsibility as the Ultimate Pool USA CEO is to help bring people along in their game, whether you're somebody who's just starting out or somebody who's a seasoned league player.
I want to talk about the national finals, the grand finals, which is coming up because we're getting towards the end of year one. It's coming around thick and fast. Obviously, a lot of talk this year. A lot of people maybe a little bit sceptical because they've been burnt before in the pool world, and that's common. But you've announced fairly recently that the money's going to be paid out, the big jackpot. There's going to be a team winning $100,000 in November.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, those who kept faith with us from the very beginning, I've been, people might say, honest to a fault in relation to it. So, we don't want to stop at the 100,000. There's no reason why, as the league grows, we want to be the first league in America to pay out $1 million to a team. And people are going to think that I've lost the plot, but I'll tell you what, it will happen. It will happen. $1 million.
I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, without going into what any other organisation does, the way that Ultimate Pool USA are doing things, it's set up that the percentages, the numbers are set in stone. So when we hit certain milestones, those numbers are going to be delivered.
Well, as much as the shareholders may regret it at some point, it's set in stone. So the more league players that play, the bigger the prize pool. The prize pool is limitless from that perspective. And we'd be happy to pay it out. And for me, to see kind of the buzz around what we're doing. You're in this venue this evening. We've served up an unbelievable evening of pool and great drama. That drama exists in a league format too, and I think that that's something. I mean, if I would implore anybody, go out, have a night play in the league, find a league in your area, and you will feel all the fun and excitement of what we're trying to deliver in the USA.
It's why I always like talking about the shootout, the league in the middle of the shootout, because it's so closely aligns what goes on in league pool. Now I know it's not quite exactly the same. It doesn't go down to 15 seconds, but the idea of a 30-minute match and the idea of having to chase down an opponent, depending handicap dependent, it's such a cool dynamic. If you haven't played it yet, then go and play it. It's a lot of fun. fun. I mean, we've both tried it. Obviously, we're both very passionate about it. But the format, it's such a good way of playing the game.
Well, listen, let's call it as it is, Simon. I'm an average player at best. But I've been playing League for many years, and for me, it's the first time when I played Ultimate Pool League for the first time. It was the first time for a very long time I'd got a buzz playing League Pool, and I tied the match, which was absolutely unbelievable. I had to give a guy 4-act start. I tied the match, and it was the most fun I could have in 30 minutes playing pool, and that was probably the best part. The match was done in 30 minutes, which meant I could enjoy the rest of my evening.
And you enjoyed playing the game. It was good fun and a good challenge. The leagues are growing, though. We're seeing announcements every week, or it feels like every week now on new leagues. What do you say to anybody out there that doesn't have a league in their area? How would somebody get involved, or if they know somebody that might want to take on a league?
I mean, listen. I mean, we're very active on social media. Go through our Facebook page. Go through our Instagram. Contact us. We'd love to. We're looking to grow this league every day. There's going to be multiple announcements of new league areas. So we encourage people. Ask for it in your area, and we'll do our very best to deliver.
Yeah, well, you heard it here. If you want to play Ultimate Pool League in your area, then find yourself an operator, and if you want to be an operator, then get in touch. Get in touch with league@ultimatepoolusa.com. Send in your interest. Our sales team will get in touch, and you could well be an operator, which is be part of the team, because we do really want people to come in and embrace what we're doing and be part of what we're trying to do.
Something that obviously we're very proud of. The team works tirelessly on Ultimate Pool USA, but we've never lost from day one. How we speak, how we deal with people. There's very much a family feel with Ultimate Pool USA. I'm around the event this weekend, and people are absolutely buzzing to have the league in this area in Boston. And for me, I think that's a real validation for the hard work and effort that we've been putting in.
And we get to travel around the country doing this, doing the opens and everything else, which is great because we get to see different audiences. Normally at this stage we would be announcing our next event, but it's already been announced because it's only 3.5 weeks away now before we'll be in Kansas City for the next event, and it's almost full.
Listen, Kansas City really represents Ultimate Pool USA. And I would implore anybody. There's very, very limited spots available. We opened the field up a little bit bigger. We've got some really big shootout announcements for Kansas City, which is a couple which I'm actually unbelievably buzzing about. But for us, I mean, if you can make your way to an Ultimate Pool tournament, you want to sample it, come along, enjoy the atmosphere. Kansas City is going to be epic.
It really is. Really looking forward to that. That's happening on the 18th to 20th of July, so that's something to look forward to. Everything's going on really nicely with the league and everything else. It's great to always get that insight from you.
Of course.
Let's just talk about the shootout. We're going to have the final starting in a minute, and I know you're a huge fan of Justin Bergman. I know you're a big fan of Craig Waddingham as well. We've got a cracking final here.
I tell you what, right, from the moment I saw Justin walking into the room today, he looked different. He really did. He looked mega focused. I think the game that he played against Shane Van Boening it's one of the best matches I've ever seen at Ultimate Pool USA. It was an instant classic. But you've got to remember this. Craig Waddingham got through by the skin of his teeth in a prelim last night. Is it written in the stars for him?
Yeah, he's got stronger and stronger each round, but it's been on the knife edge up until that was the strongest performance against Joe so far. Look, we both know how good he is. Maybe it's his first title with Ultimate Pool USA.
Well, listen, for those who are familiar with Ultimate Pool in Europe, they'll know how great Craig is. Craig is a great player, and for us to be able to introduce him to the American audiences is pure joy. Listen, I don't often talk about this sort of stuff, but they are two genuinely nice people. And it's kind of nuts. I don't want to root for anybody because they're two utterly unbelievable guys. But listen, actually, I'm going to just say it. Justin Bergman to bring home another Ultimate Pool USA title. I feel honoured and privileged that we've been able to bring Justin back out of retirement to play at our event. He loves coming to these events. His family love coming to these events. And I tell you what, America needs a strong Justin Bergman. I'm delighted to be able that we can give him the platform to do what he does best.
And it's been a treat because he's returned
unbelievable
that by absolutely entertaining us on the table.
He's unbelievable. He's unbelievable. And I tell you what, he had ice running through his veins. Pardon the iceberg persona there, but he had ice running through his veins in that deciding rack against Shane Van Boening. And you know, it's difficult not to root for Justin.
It really is, but I hope whatever happens, I hope it's a cracking final, because it is two very, very good guys and two very, very special players as well. Scott, thank you very much for your time. As always, great to get the insights on how things are going, and keep up the good work as well. And that we are going to move on, though. The final is coming up very, very shortly. Join us after the break. It's going to be the Boston Shootout final. Justin Bergman is taking on Craig Waddingham. Stay with us.
Hi, I'm Scott Ryan, Ultimate Pool USA CEO, and I'm here to tell you that Ultimate Pool USA is capturing the hearts and minds of so many pool players across the United States. To the players, league operators and supporters, you are the reason we do this. We thank you. As we approach the end of our first season, I'm delighted to announce that our monster prize pool, including that groundbreaking $100,000 first prize, is ready to pay out at our nationals. You heard us right. No gimmicks, no gifts to the value of, just $100,000 in cash for the best team playing Ultimate Pool USA at our nationals. For the players, I'm going to hand you over to Ultimate Pool USA President Jordan 𝙎𝙤🫏, who's going to reveal where our nationals is being held this year.
Hi everyone, we're delighted to announce that the 2025 Ultimate Pool League National is going to be held right here in Cherokee, North Carolina at the stunning Harrah's Resort and Casino from Monday 10th through to Saturday the 15th of November. And guys, we've got you covered. Don't worry about too little playing space. We've got over 40,000 square feet. Don't worry about staying up too late. Our tournament team have got you at the heart of everything they do. Plus, when you're not playing, you can use the incredible facilities this resort has to offer, such as the spa, the bowling alley, and the many amazing restaurants. The whole team are really excited to welcome you here, so I look forward to seeing you in November, and good luck.
This will be the biggest party in pool. Teams and players fighting it out to be the best of Ultimate Pool USA. But that's not all. We will have many special attractions, including our shootout, an open event, and many surprise guests from pools past and present. Get ready for all of the high-octane, fast-paced action you've come to expect from Ultimate Pool USA. For the players, league operators and supporters, this November, Ultimate Pool USA changes the game. We'll see you in Cherokee.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is our final match because it is the finals of the Boston Shootout. Two guys coming to the arena. 24 started, but only these two gentlemen left. It's Justin Bergman and Craig Waddingham. It's the Iceberg and the Silver Sniper. And it is Stephen Wyatt and Simon Webb on commentary. Simon, I am so excited for this match. We were just talking about it. I'm almost positive these two guys have never played each other.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think they have. It was only a matter of time because they are two of the best players around. And a lot of people in America may not be too familiar with Craig Waddingham, but the more he comes over with Ultimate Pool USA, you will get to know him. He is a huge, huge player.
Yeah, and this is his first final of a shootout.
Yeah, already has an open final, yeah.
Yeah, hasn't done too well in the shootout event. Justin, however, has continued success with a final and a win. And that 8-ball was flying, and it got blocked by 2 or 3 balls. Almost went in the corner.
he's going to threaten with the 8 ball for a lot. He has done throughout the competition so far, so keep an eye on that as we go through this final. But the way he played in that last match against Shames, so it was such a good match.
Yeah, that'll go down as one of the best matches we've ever had in the shootout format, along with a few more that we've had this weekend. The level of play is insane. When you look back at what all we've seen, it really is special. Look at that.
Opens the bank early here. That's a lovely shot. Control was absolutely spot on.
Apparently Justin's bank is open 24 hours because that was beautiful. Doesn't have to do a lot here, but that bump on the 8 ball definitely did not help. I'm just wondering if the 5 passes by the 8 ball. Justin takes a look at it. Can't really read his reaction. My first thought is that it does. Clearly, by the way he's played this, it has room. Oh,
used it all. That was very precise. And a very smooth start here for Justin. Just continues where he left off in the semi-final. He's been in really good, just see him smiling and chatting to people there. He's been in really good spirits all weekend. Well, weekend, we're still on Friday, but for the last 2 days since he arrived at the venue. He's just been in a really good, happy mood. Said he's put some time in, practiced hard for this event where he hasn't before. Didn't before Des Moines. So good to see him back.
I was just talking to somebody about this. Look how relaxed he is. Yeah. When we first met Justin in Kansas City, he was a little reserved. But even in that event, he opened up with a lot of us as time went by in that event.
Yeah.
And he's really opened back up. I mean, he was closed off for a while. Didn't get out and play a whole lot. And now that he's back here with us, I mean, he's really opened up. I mean, he's enjoying the interaction with the fans and just enjoying his time here. And again, we've talked about it several times. It's a reinvigoration of a pool player who just wasn't playing a whole lot. And he's one of many that are doing that.
Yeah, I think it highlights how these tournaments are fun for everybody. Yes, it's serious business and there's some decent amount of money to be won. Justin's played for plenty in his career, but it's still very nice prize money here, and the competition is entertaining and fun to play in as well. But you see it with Shane Van Meering well, and you see he really enjoys. He's almost very light-hearted around these events as well. It just creates a slightly different atmosphere. Don't take anything away from the fact that they're still very competitive on the table, but the atmosphere around from the top players interacting with the amateur players has been fantastic.
It really is something special. Every event gets better. Every event gets bigger. Every event draws more names, big names that we haven't heard in a while.
Yeah, and it's important to say they reach out to us. That's what's so cool about it. They see what's going on and want to be part of it. Yeah, worth pointing out, actually, as we're saying that anybody, we get inundated with people asking, how do you get into the shootout event? It's an invitational event. Get yourself into the open, and then feel free to get your messages into the Ultimate Pool team. They'll make a decision. If you've got, and it's not just on ability, it's a whole host of other things. Rising stars, we've got people with big followings, people that earn the right. We've got league players, we've got qualifiers, and of course some legends and some very big name players of today playing.
And the thing about it is it's your chance to put the spotlight on yourself. You take a player like Eric Charlton, you take a player like Kobe Japp, who just wanted the opportunity. When they got it, they grabbed it.
Yeah, and it's not
showed.
And it's not just how they've played on the table; it's the way they've been around the venue and interacting with people, and that comes across to the broadcast as well.
And those two names in particular, Eric and Kobe, they've been really just great. Probably some of the best attitudes I've ever seen in pool, and those are some deciding factors. You know, I get a ton of messages all the time. Unfortunately, I can't help you, but I promise you, that the team is watching and seeing, you know, the interaction. And if you have a good attitude and you can make a ball in the pocket, you have a chance.
And while we're saying all that, Craig Waddingham has run through a very nice finish to just respond to Justin. So both players off to a good start with break and runs.
No extended finals. It's the same format. It's 30 minutes, race to 6. And neither one of these guys have really. Well, actually, was Craig in a 6-ball?
He was, yeah, against Damien Pompenuk last night. He was 4-0 up and got pegged back to 5-5 and ended up having to win it in the shootout, 30 seconds to beat, and he got it done.
And the only time we've ever seen Justin in a 6-ball shootout was in the mixed pairs event in Louisville.
In the final when they won it, in the team-up. He's made a ball.
And this break is very wishy-washy for Justin. Sometimes that 8-ball comes flying out, threatening 2 or 3 pockets. Sometimes, like this one, it moves 4 inches off the spot.
Awkward. This is not a good layout. He's going to have to do some work here on the right-hand side.
Looks like he's going to do it right here.
It's okay. That's actually landed okay for him. He can work with it.
The only thing I don't like is how far he's going to have to lean over that 15 ball.
Yeah, not the tallest. It's Justin, but he's going to try and find a way.
Thin cut, he's got a shot.
He'll take that as well. I think he was playing to bump the higher ball, so maybe got his line slightly wrong there, but he'll take the outcome.
What's your play for the 9-ball?
Good question. Good question. He is more guarded than I thought originally.
I mean, realistically, if he was able to position his cue ball where the 5 is, he could just shoot it in the side, a small bump or something like that.
He doesn't have a good ball to get there, though. That's the problem. Just cheating the pocket fraction to keep a wider angle.
Yeah, he's going to try and bump right here.
It's interesting here because he's got to get on the 9 and have an angle to go up the table.
And make a long cut shot that should be easy, but you know, when you're hitting the ball like that, it doesn't have to go. He did that time and he got the bump, but he is wedged.
That's no good.
I don't think I heard a call, so I don't think this. Yeah, there is a not frozen.
I don't think it makes any difference. He can't, even if he wants to try and cut this in, it's too. It would be too thin. He can't get there. You'll have to kick at this, but then you're not going up the table.
This is coming with speed. Oh, the 8-ball is going to get tricky.
He's a huge second favourite for the frame, but he's certainly not left it open for Craig.
Would you maybe risk playing a safe and bumping the 2-ball a little bit up the rail, leaving a tough cut on the looks like the 15?
I don't think I would.
It's a little too risky.
Yeah, I don't think I would. There's no reason not to be patient here. It looks like Craig is going to go.
What a shot.
That layout now. One shot later, the layout looks fine. That's such a good shot.
It's crazy how that happens, right?
Well, it's just having the confidence to take on that tough shot, knowing, I mean, the way you can calculate it, is this tough shot I've got to make, is it going to give me a great chance to win the rack? And the answer on that occasion was absolutely yes. But cue ball to perfection and made a tricky cut. And now they're just laid out there for him. He'd be devastated not to get these now.
Yeah, not to mention the dreaded curse, but we have seen him miss one or two balls that were just, way too easy for him to miss. But I feel like him being in this final, where he's at, the way he's played today, I feel like he's really dressed up for success. Played immaculately against Joe Prince. Made Joe Prince's great run look minuscule in a way.
Gets himself in front. First one against the breaker in the match. Yeah, he's had his moments in the shootout as Craig. I think when I was just out there chatting to him, in the arena, I said to him, I feel like he's just got that little bit stronger with every match that's gone by. He's had his moments. He avoided the 6-ball against Damien, managed to just get over the line there. Had a good couple of moments here and there along the way, and it's allowed him to find this stage in the competition. There was a big kick shot against Eric Charlton, a big kick shot against Joe Prince. Both of those were huge moments, and his game's got stronger. So that's a pretty good way of going through a tournament, is to get stronger as the rounds go by.
And let's not forget that he was not seeded.
No.
He did have a prelim match. So he's played one match more than Justin has. After this performance, we may very well see Craig in that spot next time.
You take down the shootout, there's every chance you go into the next one as a seeded player.
I do like the look of this. Only small issue on the table is the 5 and the 8.
He's not hitting the break with extreme power. It's almost just a control, and they're just exploding on him, but he's getting a nice even coverage across the table.
Yeah, the closest balls to each other are the 8 and the 5, and everything else almost feels like it's miles away from the next ball.
The 8 shouldn't prove too much of a problem. That is the only one that maybe needs a little nudge, but it might not. Depends if it goes top right, but probably doesn't.
I actually think it does go top right, and I think he could use the 11 to get there. It's tight, but I think it does go. Hard to tell from where we're at.
He's going to try and move it now. Only thing that can really go wrong here is if he was to stick behind the 5, if he does play it. No, not interested in moving it. It might go to the corner, looking at that last angle.
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
Yeah.
You might be able to cheat the pocket just a little bit.
In which case there's no issues whatsoever. He's now looking at it to the top right, or bottom left.
He's ended up a little bit straight on this ball. Should be able to just kind of punch over or roll over.
It's landed nice. Yeah, it looked a little straight, but when you saw the camera angle from behind it was okay.
And 1-8 ball away from taking a big 3-1 lead against Justin Bergman.
There you go, wide open. And then it goes. Silver Sniper, 2 clear, halfway to the mark.
Historically, we've seen a couple players come over here and they play okay in their first one, and then once they get a little bit accustomed to the table, the balls, the sticks, everything, they tend to shine. We've seen it with Tom Cousins, we've seen it with Jordan Shepherd, and now it might be Craig Waddingham's turn.
That's a great shot from the rack before. Yeah, as long as Craig keeps coming over, he will have his runs in. This is his second final, and he's looking good so far to take down his first title. But he's such a level player that he will, you know, to me there's no doubt if it doesn't happen, if he ends up coming up short in this final, he'll be back.
Yeah, the Women's Open and the Open are well underway at this point. We do have a Junior Open that's starting tomorrow morning. Of course, tomorrow night we'll see the beginning and the end of the mixed pairs. But this, one of my favorite events out of the 5 that we run. It's hard to choose sometimes, but the shootout is what kicks us off. It's what gets the adrenaline going. And this one has definitely not failed in that aspect.
Tough luck for Justin there. Things going Craig Waddingham's way right now.
Hey, this isn't very straightforward. What do you like here, Simon?
Well, does the 10 go in the side? Because if the 10 goes in the side comfortably, then to me you can work yourself around 10 in the side and 8 in the corner.
It's definitely tight.
If it does, then you kind of can see a fairly clear pattern. But if it doesn't, that's the problem ball to solve.
Yeah, I think at the right angle you can just roll it in, but you definitely have to get the right angle.
He should be able to do that with the layout he's got here.
You know, I keep glancing at it when they show the overhead, and I'm really just not sure.
I think he's had options to do something about it, so I think he is sure. I think he's happy. He's going to get himself right behind it.
Yeah, he's looking at it now.
And he knows he doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball if he gets right behind it.
Got right where he needed to be. Oh, it went in with ease.
No issues whatsoever for Craig. Picked out a nice route to get himself. He always had the good ball to get right behind the tricky one there. It's another run out for him.
And he'll be breaking. Big match here, and Craig has really stepped up to it. Played very well and made Justin pay for the mistakes that he's made. Which aren't many.
No. It's come down to there's being one rack, isn't there? The one chance that Justin had, he didn't take. Other than that, it's all gone with the person that's had the opportunity after the break. Justin's had the dry break there. Essentially, two of the racks on his break have gone against him. So the difference is one mistake and one dry break right now.
It always feels funny to me to say that, you know, a dry break is a mistake, and it is. It's just really weird to say that because, you know,
I wasn't trying to say it was a mistake, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
It was just one of those that's the slim margins we are talking about.
Yeah, makes all the difference in this setup and this format, especially when the players are of such a high caliber. That's
four solids.
Oh my goodness.
Four solids, and they've come out fine. So often when you do that, you've got a problem to solve, but they've come out really, really nicely. This won't take long.
Well, SVB last match made 3 and 2 for a total of 5, but I think I'd take the 4 solids on the break over that, especially if it looks like
Take
this.
the 4 solids with that layout. Nothing to do on any shot.
Justin's got to be a little sick here looking at the layout.
It won't go down as a golden break, but it might as well have been. very quick. And Craig Waddingham is one rack away, and we've only just ticked into the second half of the match. He has run the table on all 5 visits he's had to the table in this match. We said Craig Waddingham was coming into it improving on round. Well, this is without a shadow of a doubt the best he has shown so far here in Boston.
Rack 7. Bergman to break. 25 racks to 1.
8 ball. No.
And dry.
That could be all she wrote. Justin will feel like it walking back to his chair.
I'll tell you, Simon, it's not over yet, but we've never seen a shootout victory this one-sided. Especially in the finals. In the finals, there's never been a blowout, if you want to call it that. I mean, it's always been fairly close, but this is masterclass from Craig so far.
He has run the table every time he's walked to it. It's been very impressive. Talk about improving as the tournament has gone on. We discussed his 6-ball shootout against Damien Pomperneck in the first round yesterday. Skylar Woodward went all the way down to a deciding frame, in off the break, scratch from Skylar, and that was Craig able to run that. It's a hill victory there. Very tight against Eric Charlton, 6 racks to 4, and then he's just stepped on the gas, 6-1 against Joe Prince. He's 5-1 up here against Justin Bergman and in prime shape to win the title.
And really just one good positional shot away from all but guaranteeing lifting the trophy for the Boston shootout.
That's a good one. Straight in works. The only reason he can go wrong is if he's just got to play around with the stripes. He can just slide by him, he's absolutely fine.
I think he can just roll through, shoot the 2 on the side.
He can avoid the stripes easily. 2 balls away.
What a performance.
What a statement win this will be. Not a lot Justin Bergman could have done about this. Had the one chance get away, and that is it. One mistake in the match is enough to cost you. Causes extension because he's hampered, but this 8-ball for it.
Silver Sniper getting ready to lift his first trophy.
Craig Waddingham has got the title. What a performance from Craig Waddingham, and he is your champion. He doesn't even know it. Comes forward to shake hands. What a strange way for the match to end. Neither player fully understanding that that was the end of the match, but it is. Craig, you have won your first title with Ultimate Pool USA. Got stronger every single round and has taken down the semi-final and the final 6 racks to 1, and he will be crowned the Boston Shootout champion.
My break tip is completely different from everything that's on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players.
Well, welcome back out to the arena for the final time today here at the Boston Shootout. We really have had a day and a half of a very dramatic and entertaining action. And it came down to two great players in the final who both have delivered throughout the event. So let's hear it for both of our players here in the Boston Shootout final. It was once again a brilliant run through the field for Justin Bergman, who comes up just short in the final. Let's get a few words with our runner-up, Justin Bergman. Hard luck, Justin. Brilliant run through. You were playing brilliantly. That semi-final was a great performance, but you just didn't get the chances there in the final.
Yeah, I didn't have a chance. He played great, and I broke like a girl, and that's what happens when you know.
Must be pleased to see the form return. Obviously not the performance you wanted in Des Moines, but you're back here in Boston and looking good now for the Open.
Yep. Just got to break better than that, but yeah, I feel good about my game, and hopefully, I can keep it going. And Craig deserved the win. He played great.
Well, congratulations on a great run through the field, and we look forward to seeing you back in the Open when you get going again tomorrow. But congratulations.
Thank you guys.
It really was a brilliant performance. Justin Bergman, who has won everything there is to win with Ultimate Pool USA, and it is a run through to another final. It is also a run through to another final for Craig Waddingham, and it is going to be his first title. Before we hand out the trophy, though, let's get our champion up for a few words. Craig Waddingham. Craig, I said to you after we spoke after the semi-final, it felt like you were getting stronger round after round, and you said there was a little bit more to come yet. More there?
Well, yeah, I had the chances, so Justin didn't have any. I don't think he had any chances to win any frames, so yeah. I played great. I think I took every chance I had, so yeah, just happy to win.
It was so good to watch. You 6 chances in the final. You take them all. You just didn't give Justin anything to look at, and you obviously just smashed through the door and got hands on your first trophy.
Well, you have to do that against him because you can't give him 2 chances a frame, or you have to be clinical. And luckily in the final there I was. So.
How pleased to finally get your hands on one of these? You've been coming over now for a few tournaments. Obviously it's a big commitment, to travel around and do this, but the reward is now that you get your hands on a trophy.
Yeah, listen, I'm over the moon, but to me it's just a start. I want to win more, and that's just the kind of guy I am. So happy to get the first one, but yeah, let's go again.
You got the Open and the mix to come. Gonna eye up more this weekend, no doubt.
That's the plan, yeah.
Well, congratulations. Let's bring out our tournament and tournament league director, Jeremy Hunley, to hand out the trophy to our champion, Craig Waddingham. It really has been a brilliant tournament here for the last 2 days. Some absolutely incredible performances, some very dramatic moments, some brilliant matches, plenty of 6 balls. In the end, it's a brilliant performance from the Silver Sniper as he lifts his trophy for the first time here with Ultimate Pool USA. We'll be back tomorrow, plenty more action on the way. We'll be back at 11 AM for action from our Opens, and tomorrow night we will have the mixed pairs. We'll see you all tomorrow at 11 AM.